Welcome back to Week in Review with the one and only Doovid. I'm your host, Jen, COE. Happy to be here this Sunday evening. I'll hand it over to you, Doovid, for the introductions. Thanks again for being here with us this evening.
Okay, yeah, great. Good to be back. Meaningful week. I got a lot of good research done. So let me start sharing some of these links just so my computer could get it off my screen. So if my screen share is working, now we got some pretty interesting links this week to share. Okay, so I finally put out another essay this week. It'd been 3 weeks, and this one not many views. So I think the ahimsa one is probably a pretty interesting topic, and I'm going to talk about that in a minute. But people don't really know too much about that, and I talk about that all the time. And then this other one, I got on the coattail of the ahimsa success and got quite a few views. This one's been out at 3 days and only has 95 views. Back to my normal style, which is good for the chess server, because like on Twitter, I'm only getting like 10, 15 views. But good research, good progress, good essay. So hopefully we'll go through that. This was a random, actually, Tel Aviv University, 1988, AI in reverse. We'll see, I mentioned this reverse anthropomorphization, which I think I actually saw someone else mention online. So like someone had used the term. So here was a similar idea called AI in reverse. This article wasn't that interesting, but just that they use that terminology. I talk a lot about the cognitive revolution. Noam Chomsky, who I'm not sure if he's still going to be in that philosophical plebeians Discord tomorrow. It was rescheduled from Thursday, Jennifer told me.
As far as I can tell, it's going. We'll see. Keep our fingers crossed.
So we'll see if that happens. We're going to talk a lot about the cognitive revolution today, which was part of my essay this week on self and identity formation. Here is Chomsky and George Miller. Chomsky's old. He was born in 1928. So like the cognitive revolution was 1956. George Miller, who I've mentioned in the chunking theory, the magic number seven plus or minus 2 is also 1956, and George Miller passed away over a decade ago, but Chomsky's still alive. So we'll talk about this more. George Miller founded the Department of Cognitive Science at Harvard in 1960. So that was before he passed away at an event at Harvard. Here's some early books if people are more intellectual, want to do some more research. This is Hebb, who has a rule, the Hebb rule, related to neurology, 1949, on the organization of behavior. And hopefully we're going to talk quite a bit about this reverse anthropomorphization and the cognitive revolution and these conceptualized ideas that in the beginning were both applicable to neurology and computers, because people had theoretical ideas that were mathematical, algorithmic in nature, and they didn't actually know what their use was going to be for, if it was going to be computers or the brain. But Hebb has like the Hebb rule. So here's a copy of one of his earlier books. Maybe we'll talk about this briefly. Also, this is the Perceptrons, which was a book by Marvin Minsky. But because we're arguing about the history of the neural net, and so the perceptron is the early algorithm for supervised learning, and they actually, perceptron is one of the very first computers that may have even been like a vacuum tube old. So 1943 is a perceptron machine that wasn't built until 1958 with Frank Rosenblatt, who's an American psychologist and involved in AI. So this is interesting stuff. Hopefully, we'll talk about this more. But kind of the creation of the neural net predates both its use in neurology and in computers. So it was a theoretical idea about the nature of algorithms that Rosenblatt and Minsky and various researchers has invented, not knowing exactly what its use could be, and they had planned its use for possibly either AI, machine learning, or to explain the neurocorrelates of consciousness. Here's another book. You could see this was commissioned by the military, and Principles of Neurodynamics, Perceptrons and Theory of Brain Mechanisms, 1961, by Frank Rosenblatt. So Frank Rosenblatt is the creator of the perceptron concept that I'll call what we call neural net. It has a few thinkers, but it basically goes back to Frank Rosenblatt, and you could see that he wrote in relationship to neurons and to machine learning, and it's the use of the same conceptual algorithms. And that's why I said the algorithm is independent of the mind or the computer. So it's maybe the mind uses these algorithms. The computer definitely uses these algorithms, at least from we know of computer science. But the creation of the algorithm predates the computer use, and it's becoming less and less clear whether the human mind actually uses these algorithms. Well, that's the relation to the neural net in Rosenblatt, that he originally thought that this is how the brain works, but it turned out less and less likely that this is how the brain works, and it worked better and better with computers. So if there's some clarification on this, stuff me and Jennifer have been debating on this term neural net, because Frank Rosenblatt, when he created the terminology, thought it was going to be an explanation for how the brain works, but it didn't work out that well, and it turned out to be more successful in computers, which at that point were first being developed even in the vacuum tube stage. So here, Charles Moskowitz had E. Michael Jones on again. I didn't stream with Charles. I
Probably don't want to talk about this too much on YouTube. I think they're saying that this topic is a pretty hot topic, the abortion one.
Yeah, in fact, YouTube has actually added to the terms of service of what it will censor on misinformation about abortion. And so what exactly constitutes misinformation if it's regarding to medical procedures, but YouTube officially updated its terms of service and included abortion to the list. So I actually canceled with Charles Moskowitz this week because I thought Chomsky was going to be on the server, and then Chomsky canceled. So we'll see if maybe we'll talk about that next week. So here's a bunch of stuff on the cognitive revolution. So hopefully we'll read about it in my paper, which is my longest one yet. Here is a book by George Miller in 1960, who say there's four main names in the cognitive revolution, and some people date it to an actual meeting at information theory event at MIT in 1956, which is Newell and Simon, who are heavily involved in chunking theory, but they're more computer scientists. George Miller, the psychiatrist, and Noam Chomsky, linguistics. And George Miller in 1960 founds the Harvard Department of Cognitive Science. And in my paper, we'll see the direction of psychology. And so this book, Plans and Structures of Behavior, is largely a reverse anthropomorphization about how the human mind works based on the earliest computer programs and the concept of planning. That computers plan using a certain method, and so they conceptualized that these cognitive functions are done through planning, and so it's one of the earliest books on cognitive psychology, and George Miller, will see his name again. Here, I've been listening to this Noam Chomsky's course from 1992 on the cognitive revolution, 9 lectures, 2 hours each. So I'm in lecture 5. So people, Chomsky, if he comes around tomorrow, we'll see what he says. But interesting stuff. Cognitive revolution. It'll probably be a topic of discussion the next few weeks, not just this week, but over the next few weeks. I have material that I'll be adding on to more this week, more related to psychology, in the next few weeks, more related to the early advances in computers and artificial intelligence. Here is Stephen Robbins. I know it's Theories of Everything. Kurt Jaimungal had his recent show on 40 recommended YouTube pages, and one of them he included was Kurt Jaimungal. I mean, it was Stephen Robbins, who has been 70 plus videos on Bergson holographic universe, and Robbins is a big Sabina Hassenfelder. Anytime she talks about something related, he always reviews her stuff. But here he talks about Jennifer's favorite topics, the least action principle. Here's a quick 20-minute video on the cognitive revolution. There's a part 2 also, another 20-minute video for people who want a little history of this. I think Benjamin Bloom is also a major name in the cognitive revolution in terms of education and also mastery. So my next thing is going to be on, I'm going to have a part 2, but then I'm going to move into the science of expertise. And so Bloom's taxonomy of the process of mastery in acquiring expertise, which will be something hopefully we'll look at more in the future. So just share that if people want to look at it now. So Sabina Hassenfelder had some recent videos. I watched one on the closest we have to a theory of everything. You're semi-basic. I guess you did another video, does the past still exist? I'll check that out maybe later. Load this up for myself. She also had a video, why does science news suck so much? And her theory is kind of like a dishonesty, and they don't mention uncertainty, like exaggeration or the level of uncertainty in scientific knowledge. And specifically, she mentions her icon, I guess her SB icon with the uncertainty brackets. Trying to find where she has it. So you can see on the bottom right-hand corner, the SB with the uncertainty brackets. So she says that's one thing that they don't really show so much in the science videos, is mentioning and trying to describe the level of uncertainty in scientific writing. Here, the Royal Institute talked about solar system science related to the James Webb Telescope. So I haven't had too much time to look into the new pictures or if there's any interesting discoveries from the most recent pictures. But here's, so the Royal Institute talked about it briefly. Hopefully we're going to get to this also, this thing I keep on resharing each week on
We just
epistemology.
end up getting so stuck on one topic that it takes 5 hours, but it's like, that's a good thing. It's kind of connected to one of the limbs of yoga, but we can talk about that later.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's mostly research, so it's easier to talk, but good programming is more research for the actual programming. And so I also downloaded a few books I haven't had a chance to look at on Indian views towards the self and psychology. And so hopefully we'll look at that.
Well,
Um,
there's a sort of a tough distinction because in the West it's like mind versus body, whereas the distinction in the East is mind versus self. So they're almost incompatible frameworks, except for like maybe in a very limited way. Quantum periodic table is the mind of matter. Back over to you, Doovid.
yeah, so here is let me just read a little bit of this on this concept identity salience. A great deal of research has examined the multiplicity of self. This will lead into stuff that I'm going to talk about in part two. Part one only goes up to like 1950. However, questions about the self structure persist. Identity theory is a popular paradigm for examining these questions. Identity theory emphasizes roles and role taking within symbolic interaction, stressing that roles develop into role identities. The amount of influence a role identity has on a person is defined by commitment. There are two dimensions of role identity commitment. The first is interactional commitment, which is the number of social relationships associated with a given role identity, also called extensiveness. The second dimension is effective commitment, the importance of others to whom one relates through occupancy of a given position, or intensiveness. Um, the notion of importance also gets captured by the term prominence and psychological centrality. This idea is importance, the significance of a particular component of identity, its location in the self concept structure, whether it's central, peripheral, cardinal, or secondary, a major or minor part of self. Identity theorists are slowly integrating this conception of importance into their work. However, uncertainty about the placement of importance within identity theory remains. Uncertainty is at least partially attributed to overlap among each concept. And where was this other term? So identity theory also centers on the notion of salience. Identity salience refers to the likelihood that a given identity will be given across situations. Identities get ranked in a hierarchy. Identities that are higher on the salience hierarchy are more likely to be enacted. The structure of the hierarchy directed relates to the elements of commitment. Greater identity commitment results in greater identity salience. Um, The question at issue here is whether or not the importance of an identity is operationally independent of its salience, and identity salience reflects commitment, including intensiveness and empirical demonstration of the operational independence of importance, and salience is tricky. So this is some of the stuff I'll be getting into part two of my essay. Part one, this modern identity theory and like narrative identity, where the concept of a true self is less held of, that there is no true selves and there's a multiplicity of self, and then there'd be like a salience of the various selves that make them more likely to appear in different situations. So if quantum's here, Sully's here, here's some links related to IQ or psychometrics in general. This is specific to personality, person-centered and variable-centered approaches to longitudinal data. As the number and scope of longitudinal investigations have expanded, so too have strategies for analyzing prospective data. Different analytical techniques are designed to answer different types of research questions. Person-centered approaches identify groups of individuals who share particular attributes or relations among attributes. They're well suited for addressing questions that concern group differences and patterns of development. Variable-centered approaches describe associations between variables. They're well suited for addressing questions that concern the relative contribution that predictor variables make to an outcome. And then this essay also has a history of longitudinal studies. So we're looking at you related to personality, where you have person-centered versus variable-centered approaches to element of personality. If you look at a characteristic or trait where you say a group of people or two people have the same character trait, then for the applications of those character traits, they're interchangeable. And if that was like IQ score, so if you're saying that, well, there's certain correlations to an IQ score, so there could be completely two different people with very little similarities between them besides this one common characteristic, like say IQ score, then for that they might be interchangeable where it didn't matter whether you were talking about one person or the other person who shares the same characteristic versus a more person-centered approach where you can't really separate characteristics of a person from the whole person. And so here are two courses. This is actually um, a whole course on psychiatric testing, including IQ. It covers the history of it, and then most of its statistics related to um, correlation, regression, reliability, validity, analysis, administration. And that's why it's telling like not just IQ tests, but any of these tests, they're not really created by people. They're created by feedback, iterative statistical methods. So even the IQ test at this point isn't really created by anybody. It's created by 100 years of iterative statistical practices. So here is Psych 770. This I think it's actually in Alberta or the other course. One of these was maybe it was a different one. Um, and so it's a whole graduate course on psychological testing, starting with ethics, and a lot of it has to do with statistics and how do you validify, interpret the data. And so if you wanted a more, so this, a graduate level college course on psychological testing. And I watched a few of the episodes. I just watched the one of the history of the testing. I've already studied a lot of this other stuff. Um, but I said the nature, like when they gave the very first IQ test and they had just a quotient related to age, and then they saw that people stopped scoring better on the test after about 18. So if a person was 40 years old and only did as well as your average 20-year-old, they would have a 50 IQ.
Isn't
So
part of the test dividing by your age? Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't there
that's
some
only for
component?
children.
Okay.
Um, but the tests have changed from years of statistical batteries and variations and correlations. So, like what I was mentioning about vocabulary and memory having the highest correlation to general intelligence, that over decades of doing these tests, they've done regressions on the various correlations to develop the most predictive test. So we're saying, why is when you're tested for general intelligence, it wasn't designed by a person or an expert. It was designed at this point by 100 years of regression analysis on what has the most predictability. And really, it's the same method as um, machine learning that a computer might use for machine learning algorithms. That this is done manually, although a lot of it's done by computers now. But over decades, it's been done manually by um, scientists who just measured the data. And then you have, at this point for IQ, you have full life longitudinal studies. So after the cognitive revolution, you had advances in identity and personality. Most of the longitudinal studies on personality start in the 60s and really don't get going into the 80s or even modern times. However, IQ, they had longitudinal studies, meaning that they tested the same people over their whole lifetime, where they collected data, where they gave them, IQ tests at 10 years old throughout their lifetime, and they measured a whole bunch of data and correlated it. And like in California, there was one some of the people are still alive. I think it would have been like the 50s or 60s, and it had that are like 30,000 participants. There was the Jewish agencies, a twin study, twins separated at birth, where God forbid they were purposely separated at birth for the purpose of psychological studies. But that was already, like I think almost all, if not all, of those people are dead already. So I was saying this longitudinal study of twins separated at birth was already in the 40s. So they were saying this longitudinal data related to a lot of these psychological tests has already existed, and from that they fed back in to the current test on what data is the most meaningful. So if we want, we could talk about that more in your relationship to psychometrics. Someone shared this link on one of my videos. I downloaded the books. I hadn't had a chance to look at it that much yet. Neurodarwinism. Um, so I got a few of the books, but I hadn't a chance to look at it yet. And it's a selectionist approach to understanding global brain function, originally proposed by Edelman in the 1987 book Neurodarwinism. So I didn't have a chance to look at that yet. Okay. Random. Magnus Carlsen, the world's chess champion, has announced that he does not want to defend his world title again. And so the FIDE chess organization put out a survey of how many people have even heard of Magnus Carlsen. And only 7% of people have know of Magnus Carlsen, that he's world champion and that he's Norwegian, only 6%. And people who incorrectly thought that Gary Kasparov was still champion were only 4%. 76% of people who just think no clue, no idea who the world chess champion is. 15% assumed that the world champion is still Russian. So just the random data related to my chess essay, that competitive chess players, they want to know like who's the best and who won. Most other players have a little just not so much the approach towards winning or who's the best as competitive players. Just random. Arjun had Ed Dutton on his show. He kind of really wanted Ed Dutton, and for
I
some
just
reason,
don't understand what the appeal of Ed Dutton is.
um, maybe it's a blue-eyed man thing. Could be. I don't know.
Might just be beyond my comprehension.
Yeah, I mean, I thought maybe it's a blue-eyed man thing, but it's tough to know. But he's been recording the conversations and then posting it, which whatever, maybe that works out better for him. But I think it's people prefer live streaming. And Dutton,
Definitely. It's a bit distracting though. Tinkle's asking how long it takes to get good at chess. Like, I don't know if you want to feel that right now, but I imagine it depends on the person. And when
what
you mean
means
by
what's
good,
good at chess? So I mean, Erickson's study of the 10-year rule, 10,000 hours for mastery. So if you mean to be a chess master, you're talking about uh, you're really the same amount of time to master anything, which is full time for 10 years, 10,000 hours. And the original studies on expertise were actually done on chess players. If you put that comparable to being a doctor or something like that, but like all the education, undergraduate through the fellowship, that's 10 years, or to be, well, it depends what you mean good at. So 10 years
do
for
you think
like,
it's possible that you could keep going and practice and still just be kind of crappy at chess just due to some factor of just personal limitation?
well, the studies show, I actually, this is my notes I was doing. So
Like, honestly, I find chess so boring, but any game, like the games I don't find boring have a lot more chance in them than chess. So I don't know how much skill is informs chess, like how that works, or how easily you can get what they call good at chess. It seems to be a bit niche, but I have no clue. I am
the
curious
theory
though.
for the theory for expertise is what they call deliberate practice. And Erickson 1993 defined deliberate practice activity rated very high in relevance for performance, high on effort, and comparatively low in inherent enjoyment. Uh, Chase and Simon, uh, Herbert Simon from the Cognitive Revolution, had already generated this 10-year rule heuristic. Any skilled task result of vast amounts of knowledge and pattern based retrieval acquired over many years of experience in the associated domain. So if you just mean like good at chess, like a club player to beat your local neighbors, kind of like ping pong or pool, if you just want to beat like your dad or your relatives or the people on your block versus the people at your local pool hall versus the major pool halls in your city versus regional competitions. So you would look at that like pool also. If you wanted to be like competitive on a national level at pool, it would probably also be like 10,000 hours, or ping pong, or any relative playing the violin. If you wanted to be a national performer, and even young prodigies, it's been shown that usually like Mozart or something like that, who was a prodigy by the time he was 7, but possibly had close to the 10,000 hours of practice by the time he was 7. And so it doesn't mean like playing around, and it deliberate practice means it's inherently low on enjoyment. So just by playing chess, you don't get better. You have to study the game, and that a lot of people will like for musical practice or sports, that usually refers to private practice. So, I mean, generally, it's not enjoyable to play an instrument or a sport by yourself. So, if it's like, basketball, just shooting hoops, shooting three throws, practicing dribbling, the type of stuff that you would do purely by yourself for the sake of improvement is not really enjoyable, as opposed to practice like playing um, would not achieve the same amount of results. So we'll talk about that more. Um, there's a theory of levels of expertise. Usually, most people who become an expert in a field are recognized as a child. Bloom in 1985, who I shared earlier, uniform progression, several stages for development of international performance. Starts with child play, just something as a kid you do for fun, to recognition of talent, from recognition of talent to regular practice and coaching, which would be local coaching, maybe like your uncle who's really good at it, or someone locally at your school that's just a coach but not necessarily a renowned expert. To usually as a child, it could be an adult, but it's easier as a child, to a major commitment, where the person would decide that this expertise is going to be a major part of their identity. So like as a kid, I made a major commitment, and I was Doooovid the chess player. I spent tens of hours every week playing, studying chess. That I made a major commitment, and that could be to anything. If it's math, if it's yoga, a sport, where some point you make a major commitment, and then if you excel beyond that, you would acquire a master teacher, and that would be someone who achieved the level of your regional or national expertise. So if you're a violin player or something, you recognize the talent, and maybe you get some coaching like your music teacher at the school, and then you make a major commitment and you spend you know 20 hours a week practicing throughout high school. And then if you really recognize this talent, you would get senior coaching from someone who's already there, someone who's already like an older person, usually a person who's past their peak performance, that moves into coaching. Maybe someone like their 40s or 50s that's past their peak performance, that would become your master teacher. And then the true stage of mastery, where you get what he would call international performance level, is where the master teachers basically taught you everything that they have to teach you, mastered what the elite coach has to teach, and then you search for your own innovation, contribution to the domain, where you've already um, mastered all the elements of mastery of the field. So it's probably going to already be a month or so towards my next essay on the science of expertise. But um, there's lower levels of expertise, like how good at chess could you become in 10 hours, 100 hours, 1,000 hours, 5,000 hours, 10,000 hours. And he's like, why the hell would I want to put 10,000 hours into chess? Where it said, well, you want to be, one of the best players in the state. You want to be, mastery versus, um, the domains that have been, so in intelligence testing, I'd mentioned what Jennifer talked about that a few weeks ago in ancient China, where they had uh, government testing like Confucianism and regional proficiency testings for positions in the bureaucracy. Like last week, we were talking about technocrats, where you have tests and proficiency for how the system works, or basic things to get a position in the bureaucracy. And so if it's like a pilot's license, like a driver's license, you have to have like like most things, they have a certain amount of in class, like to get a real estate's license, a stockbroker's license, insurance license, driver's license, pilot's license. You have to have a minimum amount of in class lessons, a minimum amount of, like if it's a pilot license, of flight training, and then you have to pass tests, and then you have to have regular continuing education and license renewals that for various things. So that the expertise has been relatively indoctrined in the licensing, and if you're talking about university fields and professionalism, where you have to go through the degree, you have to write a dissertation, the canonization, the likelihood that the experts will meet. But we could talk about that at length. Let me finish. That will be a topic that is one of the main recurring topics of the show. It's probably going to be 2 essays from now till I finally put forward some written work on expertise. So just mentioning Arjun here, kind of just gets lectured by Dutton on this topic of what when science becomes a religion, and this is something Dutton talks about a whole bunch. So
Is
I,
he
I
ever
thought,
going to not use an anecdote about India that's just like mind meltingly facile?
who, Arjun or Dutton?
It seems like every time I tune into one of these Dutton shows, he's mentioning India in some completely condescending way. Because
Yeah, but he doesn't know much about India or Vedic stuff, and presumably doesn't have that strong of an interest. Arjun was thinking like who we would try to, if it would have Hiri Dayananda Swami, or Graham Zweig, or Urmila Devi Dasi, to try, but it's unclear if I doubt Dutton wants like some Hari Krishna or Vedic expert to explain Hinduism to him. So we probably have to set it up as a debate where Dutton would be analyzing it according to evolutionary psychology. So we'll see. So maybe you'll have him back here. Asian Asianometry, interesting channel, has just stuff about Asia economics, supply chain, interesting stuff. Um, a lot of, and so this last one was on the coming AI chip boom, where they're talking about the nature of AI and how microchips that perform machine learning functions are built in a slightly different way than other microchips. So I've been checking out this channel recently. Um, okay, we could talk about this maybe even at length. Um, so modern day debate, Destiny and Rose, about is it ethically permissible to smite an abuser or a rapist, God forbid, as like a matter of self-defense. And Destiny was kind of just like yes, and he had his utilitarian arguments or various forms like everyone's basically equal, but if they uh, you have self-defense as ethical, or a person loses their right to be treated equal when they don't extend that right to others, which is kind of the general utilitarian views. And I guess Rose was just kind of like, yeah, but killing people is not a good thing, and even self-defense in various cases. And I just like, the Samai Himsa article was so popular. uh, People just don't understand the Himsa, and the
Yeah,
print.
it's so sad, isn't it? It's like so obvious when you understand it, but then to think that for some people it's not obvious is just heartbreaking, isn't it?
Well, no, I mean, and ignorance is the natural condition. So that saying, well, of course it's that way. You have to work at it, and ignorance is the natural condition. But you have to look at it. So from destiny, it's like a legal question that, like, um, God forbid, if you kill someone in self-defense, it's right, it's good, as opposed to a differentiation between you're not legally accountable, but you still might go to hell. You still might be held accountable. And like a Judaic concept also, is a concept of the Dine uh, B'nai Adam and the Dine Shemayim, the court of man and the court of heaven. And so certain things, say the court of man will not hold you responsible for, but the court of heaven might hold you responsible for. And you could, like, I guess, I don't know if Destiny's an atheist, but utilitarian materialist, and rejecting kind of the spiritual karmatic factor. So for him,
Did
it's
you
just
hear
like,
his attempted base centrist take on Ayurveda, and in particular its founding story?
I
It was
saw he,
interesting.
I saw one thing where he was calling out Ayurveda, or parts of it, is just fraud, is fraudulent medicine. But I mean, if he's a generic, I mean, utilitarian, maybe hedonist, maybe similar to T Jump, uh, and so he's just looking at the judgment level, like I didn't do anything wrong, I'm not going to be punished, as opposed to there being an absolute scale where maybe you overall reduced harm. So on karmatic scale, there could be, when you cause harm, even if it has the overall effect of limiting harm, like God forbid, um, smiting an abuser, that let's say that it had the overall effect of limiting harm, but you caused harm, and you'll acquire bad karma for that. So in the overall calculation, you might say, "Oh, I'm going to be okay. I limited harm." They said, "Well, not necessarily." Meaning from the in terms of your reincarnation, or the stain on the soul, however you understand bad karma, that causing harm causes bad karma, even if it has an overall reduction value and overall harm. And so I think that they completely missed that. And even in Judeo reward and punishment, that's just a basic principle that neither one of them seem to have even noted. That, like, okay, like you were self-defending, the person broke into your house and you killed them, you're not going to be held legally responsible, you're not going to go to prison, society's not going to punish you, but did you acquire bad karma for it? And what does it mean to acquire bad karma, even negative effects? That that there's a multiplicity to actions. That God forbid, if someone comes to kill you and you kill them, you might legally be justice. Okay, you were ethically correct, but that person might have family, friends, and the cycle of violence might continue. And so just these various karmatic dynamics were completely lacking. And Jennifer knows probably meat eating. Destiny's probably a meat eater, and so these concepts like accumulated bad karma, like, dude, you accumulate bad karma when you eat that meat. So the dissonance for him to recognize um, even God forbid, like my parents, highly intelligent people, even Orthodox Jews, um, have that blind spot because they're meat eaters to the accumulated effect of bad.
Honestly, it's a bit more complicated than that because we did evolve our intelligence partially due through meat eating. And I don't know if you wanted to field Titan's question or wait for a bit, but it's about multiverse theory. If it's true and means for every conceivable possibility, there's a universe that entails it. And I can conceive of the possibility that multiverse theory isn't true. Doesn't that mean there's a universe where multiverse theory isn't true?
Yeah, that's what multiple truth hypothesis. There's too much uncertainty. You're not going to prove or disprove. And with the Penrose-Hameroff hypothesis, in terms of the collapse of the wave function, um, that multiverse is one of the possibilities. Um, but yeah, I don't think you have a definitive opinion. That's why the multiple truth hypothesis. And just to close this chapter, we could talk about it more. But it's like the double ledger accounting. Karma is factual. You acquire bad karma for bad deeds. You acquire good karma for good deeds, and it doesn't negate each other. So if you kill someone in self-defense, you acquire the bad karma for killing somebody. It doesn't matter that it was in self-defense. There's an action to say somebody died.
No, it just depends on how much the action
It does not depend.
predisposed
It
to
does not
imprinting its.
depend. Jennifer
I'm
is not
afraid it
giving the
does
proper
because how much of an impression it
understanding of
has on
karma.
you depends on your predisposition to accept the impression.
Yeah, but the impression is it doesn't matter if the action is just like meat eating, that there might be levels or an amplified effect, but in the sense that like, oh, it was just self-defense. I killed somebody, but it was self-defense. It's like I didn't kill somebody. It's like, no, you killed somebody even though it was self-defense. That karma is a permanent imprint that that action came out of you, and even if it was rendered just, and even in terms of harm, and there's varying karmatic systems. But just to say that it's not like an overall cancelization effect. You could understand karma in some way, like like money, where you have a sum total, like a number value, where you gain a certain amount of money and lose a certain amount of money. And I talk about that, like the Judeo system, a lot of times has the money as karma, and saying, okay, like you get fined and lose a certain amount, and you gain, but kabbalistically or Vedic or most uh, just theoretical karmatic systems, nothing goes away. All of your actions have a permanent imprint, will always be there. And even if your action is deemed necessary or just, the fact that you did that action will always be there in all likelihood, not only for the rest of your life, but for future lifetimes. And, the Judaic system has um, multiple levels, the levels of the atonement where you could just feel bad about it if the imprint is minimal, where you could just feel bad and repent at night, and the next day it's like it didn't happen, versus the Jewish calendar, the Yom Kippur, the Day of Judgment, where the bad karmatic effect is held till the one day of a year. And then there's other action that the atonement, you have to wait for death itself to atone for. And then there's other actions where death itself doesn't atone for and will stay with you post death. And so, I mean, there's varying theoretical karmic systems versus different systems. But I mean, just the concept, nothing goes away. Karma, everything is permanent. All thoughts, speech, and action are recorded in a ledger. And
It's kind of like action reaction, different interpretations of that.
well, so if you're understanding action reaction, where it's just an equation and it balances out, as opposed to absolute ledger, where if you're just saying, okay, like it caused you a deficit of like -10, and then you build up a positive deficit, and now you have like your bank account, your running amount, and all that matters is the number, as opposed to the absolute counting theory that says everything you ever thought, said, or did is permanently recorded. It never goes away. And even just theoretically, well, I come from the school that there's no absolute recording ledger, and even the Sabina Hasselfelder, does the past still exist from a physical point of view? That's so I didn't watch that yet, but she's asking, does the past still exist? So from the moral standpoint, if you're asking the question, is there an absolute recording of all activities, and does that mean past lives? That if I have been reborn a million times, that 900,000 lifetimes ago, every single thought, speech, and action that I did during that lifetime absolutely exists. There's a recording of it, never goes away.
Which
And
would be a bit of a straw man of karma, but yeah, it's a very common idea of checks and balances on some list.
it's not a straw man of karma. Karma is separate to this fundamental question of, does the recorded ledger ever disappear? So how karma plays out.
I don't think there's any question as to whether there's a ledger. It's a question of what does the ledger, what comprises the ledger.
Meaning, if I or you had a past lifetime and it was millions of years ago in some absolute realm, is the ledger of everything you thought and said and did in that lifetime still exist? Or at some point does it get erased? Or what does it mean for it to exist? If it exists, where does it
The more
exist?
question is, what does it mean for it to exist, and in what sense does the past exist relative to the present?
But it's a separate question how it exists relative to the present. You could ask also, but just to posit that exists. And so, saying it was a weak level debate that was just on the Western level of utilitarianism. And I mean, at least Rose made the arguments, well, like, yeah, I'm not such a good, sure, it's a good idea to just kill people because they might, God forbid, be raping people or causing harm. That you're still killing people, let alone to just say like, you're like, you have the right to defend your property and defend yourself. If the person, kind of like, I mean, it was the Trayvon Martin defense or the Kyle Rittenhouse, where say, if you're going to put it in that terms, God forbid, Martin killed himself. The Rosenblum or the people in the Kyle Rittenhouse caused their own death. That Kyle Rittenhouse is not guilty of murder. That the people who died caused their own death, and Rittenhouse has no responsibility for their death. They're responsible for their own death.
Are you saying that that's the position Destiny's taking? It's like,
Well, he didn't use
extrapolating that
Rittenhouse. He was
logic?
talking about killing somebody who's a rapist. So it's God forbid if the person's going to rape somebody and then the woman kills him in self-defense. That to say that, I mean, if he phrased it in utilitarian, that he forfeit when he didn't recognize this woman's autonomy or self uh, you, worth or value, and that he forfeited his own self-worth and was the cause of his own death. So the woman, if she defended herself from rape and killed the perpetrator, that the perpetrator was the cause of their own death, not the woman. So I mean, that was specifically this debate. I was talking about Rittenhouse because that was something we talked about before, and it was one of the most talked about things in all of America, or Ahmaud Arbery, or these various cases that we've talked about in Week in Review many times. But just saying, from the McMichael's defense, God forbid, Ahmaud Arbery caused his own death. And you say, well, no, the McMichael's got life in prison. They're in prison now, but their self-defense was McMichael's didn't kill Arbery. Arbery killed himself, and which is a certain perspective that you could look at it karmatically. It's a school, but even more nuanced to say, well, even if that's the case where
It's basically something bad happened, it's your own fault, and sum it up like that.
well, that's the way you're supposed to look at it. I mean, the U.S., that's the law. Like, you have the right to use lethal force if someone breaks into your house. So I mean, someone
That depends
mistaken.
on the state, doesn't it?
I think in all states in the U.S. you have the right to use lethal force if someone breaks into your house. The stand your ground refers to in public, but I believe in all of America, in Europe, that's not the case. You don't have the right to use lethal force to defend your own property, but in the U.S., you have the right to use lethal force. I mean, consult your local, you know, police department or something. You know, don't take Doovid for legal advice. But I believe in the United States, it's universal. You have the right to defend your property, including lethal force. Um, you have the right to own a shotgun, even in New York City, even in places that have gun restrictions. You have the right inside your house to have at least a shotgun, even if you can't take it outside. And then they have like the stand your ground and various self-defense doctrines that might apply outside, like Kyle Rittenhouse or Ahmaud Arbery, Trayvon Martin. All of those occurred outside. But if someone was criminally breaking into your uh, dwelling, you have the right to use lethal force. Um, you might you might be tried or whatever, but in Europe that's not the case. That if someone breaks into your house and you kill them, you could be charged with murder. Um, so there's certain societal aspects to it. It's complicated. I'm just saying that I thought this was a weak debate and they didn't get to the heart of these issues of punishable by man.
Well, you have to
Bad.
understand that establishing consent when people's understanding of the law and property law, etc., is so shit. What the hell kind of arguments are they going to make? What's this all predicated on? I can understand. I mean, you're extrapolating stand your ground law to basically saying that unwanted sex is equal to breaking into your house. That's not strong. So, yeah, I agree. I just don't see how you could make a strong argument when the debate's phrased this way.
Well, I mean, whatever reason, I mean, God forbid if Destiny's wife is a rape survivor, or if he's got experience, or whatever reason they've had this debate. I don't know. Like if it, could have been generalized on self defense in general. There's a lot of even Destiny was, you will say, mild compared to a lot of people, like on child molestation, where you could only in the defense stage. So Destiny himself said to prevent the rape, you could use lethal force, but after it's done, then you can't use lethal force. Versus people saying that you should punish these people, or like some sort of revenge doctrine. And God forbid, but I'm saying people can't
Yeah, that's
rationally.
totally seems nonsensical for the punishment to be more severe for less of a crime, but whatever. I didn't watch it. I don't want to even comment on this. Weird.
Even to say that you could up the level, like to say that if severe harm, that you have the right to use deadly force to prevent severe harm. So I mean, stand your ground generally.
On the basis of what? That's my point. It's like, what are we appealing to make these arguments?
Well, I mean, Destiny's just appealing to a utilitarian philosophy in U.S. law. So if you're saying as a U.S. citizen, this is your government granted right, that you have the right to use deadly force to prevent severe bodily harm. It doesn't have to be equal. It doesn't have to be that you thought the person was going to kill you, that just to prevent severe bodily harm justifies you in self-defense, lethal self-defense, and that's legalistically granted to you from the government. And if
It
you
doesn't
could say
seem weird that you could just be like, oh, I killed this person because they were going to rape me. Oh, okay, you're fine. And then there's like, how would you know? How could you prove that? Wouldn't it just let people kill people?
that's a different question of the scenario or the knowledge, and so they talk about that. I mean, so I'm not saying the whole debate was worthless. I'm just saying that they have a weak understanding of karma, and especially the ahimsa principle. So I was just trying to use it to explain the deeper dynamics of questioning what's punishable, what's right, what does it mean to have bad karma, um, even to like Arjun in his cases of reincarnation, think that usually in the birthmarks where which we talked about at length a few months ago after the debate, modern day debate, that I think most of the cases where you have murder victims being reincarnated with the same birthmarks that match uh, the bullet wounds of murder victims, that those would be cases where the murderer got away with it. Although I'm not sure of that, but I believe in either all or most of the cases where theoretically a person was born someone who was killed and even had the birthmarks of the wounds, how the person was killed, that those were cases where the person wasn't punished at the hands of a manly court. If that's part of the reincarnation process, like had the person been punished and caught by the government, then maybe it wouldn't have necessitated the person being reincarnated like that.
So government should intervene in case somebody gets reincarnated.
No, I mean, it's descriptive, not prescriptive. Saying these are karmatic factors that are absolute, and you're just saying that. Not saying the government should have. They say it's going to happen, like here in America, like in Detroit, less than 25% of murders are solved, less than 10% of rapes are solved. And actual, women who, God forbid, submit to rape kit, that go to the police department and actually submit a rape kit, less than 10% of those are solved, and murders, 25% of those are solved. So if there's some sort of karmatic imprint where if the person is caught and punished, it will affect the reincarnation of the soul of the victim. And it's not prescriptive, like what should or shouldn't happen, saying it's a science of reincarnation, that somehow the perpetrator being caught affects whether the person is reincarnated. It could be related to why the reincarnation occurs. If the person's caught or punished, it might resolve the karma in a certain way that affects the reincarnation. Like presumably being killed or killing, having committed or having that kind of crime committed against you is going to play a very crucial factor in your reincarnation. So if you were killed and the perpetrator got away versus the perpetrator was caught, that's significant enough that it would have changed your transmigration in your next life.
Doubt it.
And it's not prescriptive at all about what should happen. It's scientific in the sense this is what happened, and this is the natural result of what happened.
Well, I guess it depends how much it matters to people about getting revenge.
Well, I mean, legally, revenge is not your own personal thing. It's a matter of the state.
Well, are you not saying that somebody going to jail for killing someone affects the person who got killed's reincarnation?
In terms of self and identity, if reincarnation is determined by individual factors and global factors. So just like crime is not determined by just individual factors, like for murder, you don't have to file murder. If someone gets murdered, it doesn't matter if the family doesn't want to press charges. It's a matter of the state to catch and punish the person. If it's like, God forbid, rape, and the woman doesn't press charges, depending on the situation of the evidence level, you're saying it's the prerogative of the state to catch and punish the person, regardless of whether the individual has any interest in the person being punished. And so the same thing for reincarnation, that there could be individual factors and global factors. So if someone was killed and the person who killed them wasn't punished, that the individual state of consciousness obviously plays a large level, but there could be global factors of global karma that would also play a factor and be determinative, even if the person's individual state of consciousness wasn't desiring to take revenge, but there would be some sort of global karmatic factor in the fact that they died that way that would determine their next life.
You had
And this,
me, I was following right up until the very end there where you said determine the next life of the person who got killed or the murderer.
both of them.
Both of them, okay.
There's individual factors and there's global factors. And so the person who got killed, it's not just like pure revenge. There could be global factors that had nothing to do with their own individual level consciousness, but is a state of the larger global karma that has to be played out using their individual soul, or so to say, the murderer, that some greater balance that isn't just that's beyond the realm of the individual. And so the comparison for not reincarnation but like crime, that certain level of crimes, that it's not up to the individual. There's a societal factor that even if the individual forgives and doesn't want charges pressed, that society it will, for the sake of society, will press charges. Which leads me into, so a lot to talk about. That all these things are interesting for conversation, and you're just kind of seeing the people probably wouldn't have understood this. So even if I was like in the debate with Destiny or T Jump, they just wouldn't have understood these things. They're not used to thinking about dualistic concepts or karma in that way. That they probably just wouldn't have understood these conceptual arguments about.
I wonder if they get dissonance where they're like, oh, I'm so moral, and go to debate and realize, oh, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
I don't think they would. So I mean, I think they probably just thought, this guy's an idiot. I don't want to talk to him, and they wouldn't have understood the arguments, and they would have demonized. And in that audience, so if it was on, Theology Unleashed, the majority of the audience would have understood it that way. But in modern day debate, the vast majority of the audience would just, oh, this guy's ridiculous, and wouldn't, or T Jump, where like not a single person, T Jump, if Sully's there, or whatever, like the plebeians, like not a single person even understood what I was trying to say, and then it becomes diminutive or personal against me, where it's like, I don't understand what you're saying, and the reason why you're saying it is because you're bad. And like, what the hell? I'm just telling you the basics of like karma and spirituality. It's like, nope, I don't buy it. And just and if they resolve their dissonance by turning that to a personal attack on me, like T Jump, or God forbid, even the plebeian philosophical server, where they just aren't. It's a realization. Ignorance is the natural condition, and if you don't believe in the spiritual realm, you reject the spiritual realm. You tend to think anybody who talks about it is dumb or stupid, or even has some sort of evil reason for talking about it. When in reality it's probably the opposite. And I don't think they're bad. It's like ignorance, the natural condition. It takes work to be enlightened. So you have to go through, and it hurts. Enlightenment, the enlightenment process, the truth hurts. So
letting go of ignorance can be painful, but knowledge is pleasurable.
Well, enlightenment, because you recognize
enlightenment is beyond duality.
You recognize your own past bad deeds. So as I'm enlightened, and now I act in a superior way, that also comes with the recognition of all the harm that you've caused in the past from when you didn't know any better. And so it hurts to be like, wow, I was a real jerk. For like a decade of my life, I was a real jerk, and I didn't even know it. And so it to some point, it's easier to live out the rest of your life being a jerk than the dissonance process of realizing that you were a jerk. And so the suffering, the moment of death, or the realization, God forbid. So I mean, that's just karmatic reality. Okay, so let's look at this song, Hotel California. Eagles.
They're sort of used to engaging in a particular way, and They're only really comfortable engaging within that particular range of ideas. So
Yeah, I'm just saying that the realization that there's a better way to engage with the world, or that there's a better way to interact.
there's
with
essentially
people.
two pathways. There's the confidence and being wrong, and low confidence and being right about a limited number of things in a limited way.
You could put it down to the ahimsa principle. So you just say, well, you recognize all the harm that you caused. And so the distance to reject that I caused the harm, to even though the enlightenment of realizing that I'm causing harm will allow me to not cause harm in the future, the realization of all the harm I caused in the past is, the truth like that hurts. So to some extent, uh, you don't want to, person doesn't want to go through the rest of their life, you causing excess suffering. However, the distance
Some
process,
people do.
well, yeah, I'm saying it's lower dissonance to some level to keep on causing suffering.
Some people feel really good about hurting people that they perceive as bad. I don't know if you saw Samish's comment, or if you want to respond to that. Samish, I'm assuming you're talking to Doovid there, but if you're talking to me, just correct me on that. Basically saying that you're doing a fallacy, karma.
No, I mean, I disagree in saying that. I mean, the Kabbalist saying that that's not even what the Kabbalists say. I mean, it says karma is something that's not easily discussed using rational. I mean, karma is pure rationality, and like the ahimsa principle. So the Kabbalists in Sfas, there's stories like the Arizal, and people studied Kabbalah, and they use the monetary sense by saying, like, you can't study Kabbalah if you even owe somebody a sheva pruta, which is like half of a penny. That the amount of bad karma that you have has to be so small that you can't even owe someone half a penny. And saying Judaism's a business, monetary understanding of karma, like you got to get reincarnated to pay him back. If you owe somebody like a half of a penny is the amount where, like, legally you're not obligated to pay them back. That if you owe somebody that small of amount, it's like you're not obligated, but Kabbalistically you're still obligated. And you could be reincarnated, just have to pay your debt back, according to the Kabbalists. But say, like, no, action reaction is pure rationality and logic, and it's the irrationality of our own evil hearts why we can't understand the logic. It's not that we're logical and have a hard time understanding action reaction karma, because that's not logical. It's that we're not logical and we can't understand the logic of action and reaction because the dissonance of recognizing what awful people we are. And that's straight up how the Kabbalists put it. Like, it's more Judaic than even Vedic or theoretical karma. That the reason why you can't study Kabbalah till you're 40 is you'll probably end up killing yourself. You look in the mirror and say, well, like, wow, I deserve to die. God forbid.
Yeah, it can be a rather unflattering rendition of human nature and psychology, which is, I think, where some of the flare-ups come in. But ultimately, my motivation for this type of framework is I don't want the cognitive dissonance. I don't want to be distracted by feeling flustered for a dissonance resulting from a mistaken expectation. It's just better to not have that.
Yeah, if you want to come on,
and I'm not saying everybody needs to make that choice, because I understand most people cannot operate comfortably with that much uncertainty. And you know what? That's your cross to bear, and I'm cool with either way. Take your pick. Over to you, Doovid.
Yeah, I mean, Samish, you're welcome even to come on if you want to discuss this. So let me do the song, and saying that this topic is endless, and just put it definitively in the way the sages lay out and the way I understand it. And that's, you're saying objectively, we're not very good people. And enlightenment becomes recognizing some objective standard that exists. And then when we hold ourselves up to the objective standard, we see that even the best of us don't stand that well.
I wouldn't put it that way. I would say
I'm not asking you how you could put it how you want. That's fine. I'm not asking for your opinion. laying out, this is how I was taught, this is what I think. Jennifer have her own way of thinking, that's fine. But saying like from even a Christian point, saying we deserve death, we deserve the worst parts of hell. Objectively, the best of us, our behavior is really bad, and that's why wisdom is painful, because the mirror that you hold up to yourself, we see how ugly we are. And Jennifer could have her own opinion on that. Certainly the Kabbalist, even the Western tradition in general, that's how it's laid out.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't mean to say that's not how the Kabbalists lay it out. I would prefer to say there's like an intrinsic lower nature that doesn't overcome itself. And if you fail to overcome your lower nature, you won't always be operating in a mode that would be identified as being associated with a lower nature by others, but you'll always be susceptible to slipping into behavior that is like could be described as cruel, to the extent that it's inconsiderate of others, aka not sufficiently reciprocal.
Yeah, and even for people watching, just to think about that, many of the sages say this level of enlightenment realization is inapplicable to a woman, and like the level of the sage who looks forward to their death, or that appreciates that it would have been better to have never been born, even the best of us, that level of enlightenment is impossible for a woman. And it's just something the sages, quite a few, maybe even the majority of the sages, mention that. And you just look at the women are life givers in general, um, but take it as is for that statement, and you make with it as you want. Okay, so Hotel
I think
California,
Duve
19.
is trying to say that I have limited spiritual insight, but let's wait and see.
I didn't say you have limited. I was saying that. Well, I mean to say that women in general limit that level of realization.
Whatever.
That it's part of you taking birth in a female body
Mhm.
that has the capability for the creation of life, versus the higher spiritual recognition that um, saying looking forward to your death, or recognition that even the best of us ultimately deserves death, is an enlightenment level that's not applicable to women.
Well, we'd never come to the conclusion of deserving death in my worldview.
Yes, I mean we're arguing about that. I'm just saying. So the sages mention, and I'm not saying that Jennifer is saying that because she's a woman, but the sages also mention that that level of realization is not applicable to women. But that level of realization to the glorification of death versus just the dissonance of the self-improvement process in general. Saying women could have the enlightenment level to to take upon the dissonance of the self-improvement process without the highest level of recognize of you recognizing life, or the true nature of life, and say if from the sage was laid out, because women are given the life creating, that's the definitionally what makes someone a woman, is the ability to create life. So that level of realization about the negativity of the life creating process is not applicable to women.
Did you want to sing a song or do an intro, or do we skip over that? Or
I have it here. Okay, so Hotel California is Eagles 1977. Eagles, Don Henley, Glenn Fry, Joe Walsh, a lot of famous people. This is their most famous song. Well, it says they performed this song live 1,038 times. Desperado and Take It Easy, they performed more than this. I used to sing this song, or play, drum with some of the street musicians in Washington Square Park. It's a playable song. It's a little bit like if you're a guitarist, it's not the simplest guitar song to play, but it's playable. Even an amateur guitar player could play this. It interesting lyrics. So I was just reading here. on Wikipedia that the song was meant to kind of be like a Twilight Zone episode. It has a basic theme of like the loss of innocence, and also a critique on uh, they don't use the word, but the degeneration of American culture from, or the music industry from the 60s to the 70s, and the switch from uh, meaningful social activism to mindless like hedonism that occurred in the music industry from the 60s and the hippie era, to the decline of the hippie era and the rise of the rock stars. And so in the dissonant, it has a regular song structure, theme and variation with a chorus, although the guitar solo at the end is kind of dissonance creating, that it actually ends on a level of dissonance, and it's purposely meant that way. So I'll sing a little bit of the song. Maybe I'll do the whole song, and because these lyrics are pretty intense. Like I remember I said, like I mentioned um, on on the road, where it had turned the page, that had some spiritual implications. Hotel California probably has more lyrically very interesting social or even spiritual connotations to the meaning of it. And the song is basically, you know, like the musician, someone uh, entering fame, and then the prices of fame, the loss of innocence. On a dark desert highway. I think it's in B minor. It has a high voice like Glenn Fry. They actually lowered. They said it was originally like A minor, and they lowered the key because it's hard to sing. Like Glenn Fry is actually a high pitch. Like I can't sing it properly at the key it was written for. On a dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair, warm spells of colitis rising up through the air. Up I'll just read it. I have a hard time singing this. Rising up through the air, up ahead in the distance, I saw a shimmering light. My head grew heavy and my sight grew dim. I had to stop for the night. There she stood in the doorway. I heard the mission bell, and I was thinking to myself, this could be heaven, this could be hell. Then she lit up the candle and she showed me the way. There was a voice down the corridor, and I thought I heard them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely face. Plenty of room at the Hotel California. Any time of year, you could find it here. So all these words like colitis, they think possibly like the smell of marijuana. The statement, it could be heaven, it could be hell. Um, the loss of innocence theme. Her mind is Tiffany twisted. She got the Mercedes Benz. She got a lot of pretty boys she calls friends. How they dance in the courtyard, sweet summer sweat. Some dance to remember, some dance to forget. So I called up the captain. Please bring me my wine. He said, we haven't had that spirit here since 1969. And still the voices are calling from far away, wake you up in the middle of the night just to hear them say. And there's the Welcome to the Hotel California chorus again. um Possibly like the double side nature of the promiscuous woman, like rising to fame, and one of the prizes of fame is the prize of the promiscuous woman. That's the that and also the materialism, people just being after wealth. Tiffany, Mercedes, but she's got a lot of pretty boys she calls friends, which would probably refer to former lovers. So when you become famous and you get the reward of the pretty woman, um, in almost all cases, the Vitas use the term chewing the chewed, but you're probably not the first, and so she's going to have a lot of former boyfriends, and they're probably still around. So just these interesting statements that we haven't had this spirit here since 1969 refers to. From their own writing, the degeneration from social activism to just hedonistic music, where the music, at the beginning of the hippie era, actually had meaning to it, and then by the 70s. So this is the song itself mentioning it, as opposed to Doovid's Degeneration of American Culture, where the authors of this song themselves said this in 1977. Mirrors on the ceiling, the pink champagne on ice, and she said, "We are all just prisoners here of our own device. In the master's chamber, they gathered for the feast. They stab it with their steely knives, but they just can't kill the beast. Last thing I remember, I was running for the door. I had to find the passage back to the place I was before. Relax," said the night man. "We are programmed to receive. You can check out anytime you'd like, but you can never leave." So that's what he said. To some extent, they said they wanted to make this song like a episode of the Twilight Zone, and like the loss of innocence, where there's no going back. If it's like the house in New Orleans, or the price of fame, and at some point, like you could check out anytime you want, but you can never leave. Your innocence has been lost. And the guitar solo here is at the end, and it actually kind of sounds like they call them falling arpeggios, and the key like um, it's actually listed in Rolling Stones list. This is the 49th most popular song ever, or greatest song ever. Guitarist magazine lists this as the single greatest guitar solo. Another one put it as the eighth highest guitar solo. So I said, from general classical music, where you have the hero's journey and theme, variation, dissonance, and resolution, this song doesn't have resolution, and the solo at the end is really dissonance. It ends on the dissonance and like the falling arpeggios, that they call one of the greatest solos, which is probably like a state of the era. Like, we've entered this era. You could check out anytime you want, but you can never leave. Your innocence has been lost. Society's been degenerated. You've already done these, if you want to put in the language we were speaking earlier, like your promiscuity, or drugs, or the various things. Like, culture is already degenerated, that you're never going to get your innocence back. You're never going to just be married to one, only to have only one relation your whole life, to have the classical family structure, the American dream as it was before the 60s counterculture movement. And so it ends on dissonance. And I said, it's interesting that it's kind of like the Twilight Zone theme, that is kind of like the Twilight Zone, and they said they purposely made it that way. So I thought that was interesting, looking into this song, one of the most famous songs ever. And I was mentioning the Metallica one the other week, where it's a story, um, but that it's kind of negative. Like I mentioned, the glorification of death, and if it's a story about the Metallica one, about someone who has horrible injuries and wants to die because they're suffering horrible injuries, to looking at that as just a person that society's degenerated so much, or existential, that or even like a Gnostic tape, that was punishment for my soul to enter my body. And even if everything in the realm in the human life is going right, that I would still like my soul to leave my body as some sort of objective value. uh so Metallica's one, or something like that, is much darker. Hotel California is not necessarily dark like that. It's like, okay, there's a loss of innocence, you're in the Twilight Zone, and you can never get out, but it's not as dark as would come in the 80s and heavy metal, and then become popularized in the grunge movement in the 90s. So just like, you're not going to have a happy marriage like your parents, who met in high school, and met their love early, and merited to only have relations with their partner, and build up a semi-happy family. uh that now there's been drug use and promiscuity. uh so you're kind of in the Twilight Zone and can't escape, but it's not as bad as it gets in the 80s or 90s as the current state of society. So there it is. Welcome to Week in Review, and Doovid's analysis of Hotel California, one of the most popular songs in the West. I assume you
Nice.
know that's. I'm assuming you
I
know that's.
sure do. I know that one. Luckily, I'm not that sheltered.
I mean, you
Welcome,
don't have
all
to.
the people in the chat. Thanks for joining. Great to see everyone here. And thank you so much for your contributions. It's been an eventful week. It feels like almost no time has passed at all since last Sunday, frankly. It feels like we just finished our last conversation and it's right back to week in review. Wow, time can really fly when you're busy. So I've been having a lot of fun having conversations. Yeah, got some developments too. I don't know how I've got a meme up on the screen right now. Bubblegum, I don't know what you mean there. You might need to be a bit more specific. So Doovid's essay was unfortunately not as popular as the one before that. Do you think it was just like almost seems like a chance thing? Sometimes it gets picked up and sometimes it doesn't. It's just sort of down to chance.
Well, probably a combination of three reasons. One is, for whatever reason, hardly anyone was writing blogs. So when I wrote that, there was like only like 2 or 3 new blogs being put out a week. And so the last few weeks there's been like 10 new blog posts a week. I think the topic, the HIMSA principle, was just, for whatever reason, that went viral. This is, and it's also something people don't really know about. Like the HIMSA principle, I'm bringing you something that a lot of people just don't know or understand. And as opposed to this, it's kind of dry and boring and would probably be considered unimportant to most people. And in the West, there's a lot of people of expertise on this topic that even educated people like my mother wasn't even sure she heard of the word ahimsa. Even highly educated people uh, probably don't know this stuff. As opposed to what I put in this essay, highly educated people know basically all of this stuff. And so yeah, I put it out Friday, hoping to get it out before the weekend. It's still less than 100 views. It'll probably get still a few hundred views on the chess server. So, but I also wanted to put it out because of the Chomsky related. Because I have the last section on the cognitive revolution, and so if people speak to Chomsky tomorrow, or you'll know a little bit about Chomsky's significance, and just that Chomsky's so old that like Chomsky was significant in the 1950s. Like Doovid's old. My dad's a boomer. My dad was born in 1950, and like Chomsky's still alive. He's coming to the plebeian Discord server. Chomsky was already intellectually world significant in 1956, and I guess he was born in 1928, so he would have been 28 years old then. And especially our topic of consciousness, the self is going to be crucial. And when I move into expertise in this thing, like, well, what do you have to do to be an expert at something? To some extent, you have to make it a central part of your identity, because you have to spend a large amount of your time and effort on it. So this concept of expertise is a subfield of identity, because if you're going to be an expert at something, it's going to be part of your identity. Although it wasn't understood in this essay, I only get up to like 1950, and so all me and Jennifer in our research, everything in this essay is extremely relevant. In part two, where I hope to cover the theories from the 1950s to modern times, all of that will be relevant to our areas of research, because consciousness is, you really could be interchangeable with the self, or if you're going to be advancing your own theory of consciousness, saying, where does consciousness study fit in? So we mentioned anesthesiology, in philosophy, or psychology. And if it's neuropsychology, it's usually a deterministic, materialistic understanding. but consciousness classically fits in the psychology of the self.
As a what? Sub-process or ambient mechanism or ground of being, or how's that work?
Well, they're kind of self circular. Consciousness is self-awareness. So the self is what's conscious. So I mean, you can say
So the
what kind.
self is like what I would call the soul, the thing that is actually physically the subject of experience, basically.
Yeah. So like you can't have a definition of consciousness. I mean, maybe you could, but you're generally the definition of consciousness includes the self. That you can't talk about consciousness without talking about the self, because the self is what is conscious.
Okay, so the self would be the thing that possesses a property of consciousness, maybe.
You know, we would talk about that more, and I don't really even mention consciousness in this essay. But I say that, and it's something that a lot of people in consciousness studies don't have expertise in, like interdisciplinary in psychology. So I'm doing
It's also unclear what confers that sort of expertise.
what of psychology.
No consciousness. It's clear it plays some role, but then it's not clear who is the authority on, you know,
Well, I mean, it'd come
all
out
it.
of psychology. So these days you have neurologists or computer. I mean, you really got to get to the cognitive revolution, but that but I mean, consciousness arises in the West under psychology. We have philosophy and there's philosophical ideas about consciousness, but consciousness, the self is one of the central questions of philosophy. But then at some point, sociology and psychology are separated from philosophy, like the soft sciences, the social sciences, including psychology, um, are separated into their own subfield from philosophy, and the question of consciousness is becomes the major field of psychology. So philosophers till today still deal with the question of consciousness from a macro level, but on like a micro level of what does consciousness do, what are its effects. That's a field of psychology. And then after, in the modern era, you have a pushback against psychology to materialistic understandings of biology, where psychology is opposed to previously being split off in a subfield of philosophy, is pushed back in as a subfield of biology. But then you also have the issue of psychometric data versus physical data, that psychology is still built upon psychometric data more than um, physical data.
Absolutely.
So someone like T Jump probably doesn't know that much about psychology. He might have read a little, but he's still in the philosophy, mechanistic biology. So if he wants to think about psychology, he's either going philosophy or biology as opposed to philosophy, psychology. And then so psychology, you have your sages in your lexicon of 150 years of sages, and so a lot of the maybe like Destiny, T Jump, um, even Dutton, they don't know that. I mean, they know a little bit of it, but it's saying Dutton's evolutionary psychologist, which is basically saying you could forget about everything that psychology said for the last 150 years. It was all just theoretical, and we're only going to concern psychology that could be directly derived from biology and
Hmm.
genetics, kind of like JF, where it's saying
Genetic determinism.
Yes.
Um,
Conceptual
but I say
ceiling.
me and Jennifer are probably more from a psychological perspective, and you because we're both spiritual leaning. Psychology is based on introspection. So from biology, introspection maybe doesn't even exist. Like I mentioned that in my essay. We'll see that, but from level of T jump or JF, introspection may be completely irrelevant. And so, say me and Jennifer have more spiritual bent. Introspection's the main thing.
Cool. I made a diagram. I think I sent it to you. This is not to be prescriptive. This is to show people how I understand stuff. Me, I'm doing my best to match it up with how other people understand it, but sometimes the concept is as shallow as a thimble and it needs to be as deep as a well. So bear with me. Just trying to explain that, like, to me, when I think of theology, it's a combination. The role it plays is a combination of psychology and philosophy, but on a more fundamental level. And so you can sort of break it down that as such. So that's basically how I see it. That psychology is like almost medical. There's an aspect of psychology that's logical, but it's more on the side of like kind of get your shit together, manage your own kind of like stuff than sort of more some of the more perhaps hard edge disciplines listed. Hopefully this is legible. Did I send you this diagram?
Let me send on
I'm
Facebook
pretty sure I did.
just a little bit before we started, and it was tough to say it was legible. Like your subcategories. I mean, some of them are legible, some of them aren't. Most of them are legible, but some of them are hard.
I'm sorry about that. It's one of my new conceptual ideas, Indra's web type things. So to get an idea of what dependent arising sort of feels like as a methodology, that you're kind of bootstrapping literally. So there's a period of a long, hard pulling where nothing really feels like it's moving, but it does work. And eventually it's like, and then the pressure changes and it lifts, but it's like, dang, that took a long time. So anyway, I have another similar diagram to this, probably more important, because it's like, what does it mean to like look at something like solipsism? And I understand that we don't want to go down a path of inquiry that just leads to total uncertainty, but there's a sense in which, like, well, who am I really talking to when I'm having a conversation? Am I actually talking to that person, or am I talking to, like, well, obviously I'm not directly in communication with the person because I have a rendering of that person in my perception field. But then that's also informed by like what I think that person is kind of thinking, which is probably wrong. So there's like all these sort of things that are basically like the Mr. Burns is ill, but he's not dying because all the things are going through the doorway at the same time. It's kind of like that. And sort of realizing like, oh, well, the solipsism problem is basically like I could just be this like kind of lonely robot self-stimulating all my friends. And then how do I get past that? And it's kind of like part of that is realizing that some people just aren't ready to get past that. And it's not necessarily, it's sort of a beginner mistake to think that it's your job to get people up to the point where you're at. It's like, did somebody push you to that point, or you just sort of figure it out yourself? But anyway, it's more of a conceptual map. So this goes back to the 7. This goes back to information compression. How many ideas can we fit before it becomes sort of non-coherent? And I like the idea of like a story almost, or an epic almost, being the sort of limit of what how to information compress in a somewhat tangible way. So Dark Matter says T-Jump was a worse guess, rude and arrogant. The chat went off. Oh. Yeah, I didn't see that. I didn't hear about that. RV Truth. What kind of channel was it? So. Yeah, and as far as the soul concept, like I don't see it that way. I see it as animation via archetypes. So we have our fundamental archetype
That's the sort of mushroom apple thing. That's just the fundamental physical archetype. And then we have a bunch of different archetype parameters, long story there, but it's the same basic idea of animation from a from a inanimate form, animate the boundary, and then resolve some type of existential simulation inside of a rather narrowly defined interval. So, soul, because it doesn't have any type of permanent existence, wouldn't be something that I would be defining as a fundamental aspect of my system, but the system allows for us to describe soul as basically something that has a physical presence. And the physical presence, the benefit of that is that that's what's measurable. So panpsychism, matter is conscious, but matter, there's more than just matter that exists. So there's stuff that's not not outside of the cycle of consciousness, but it's not itself, it cannot be said to be itself conscious. Like the animating force of matter isn't matter. It's the animating force of matter. It's a diagram, it's a model, what have you, that you draw. So the soul would simply be this light body thing, this animating form of the chakras that is the very basic level of the human potential consciousness, which is a light body. And so the soul would just be that. But because it doesn't have a permanent physical existence, and it is itself a simulator of, in theory, optimally like an evolving set of microstates. Like the idea is you're kind of taking this type of shape and permutating it through progressively better personalized adjacent states. So the whole idea is like, okay, it's impermanent in the sense that every single thing that's a constituent of it's going to get replaced, but the overall process isn't going to change. And the real knowledge is sort of in understanding the process at various levels. So, and we can argue till we're blue in the face about what indicates empathy, but the fact is that presuming you already understand empathy is not a good sign. Empathy is increased through humility. Certainty and humility don't go together very well. Do you want to read your blog? My throat's a little scratchy, so I don't actually think I have it in me to read it today, but if you want to read it, we can talk about it, which would be interesting if you think that's worth doing.
Yeah, sure. This is one of my longest one yet, and I even cut it in two because it was I cut it at like 1950.
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying basically from the beginning, that it was going to be it's a huge topic.
Yeah, hopefully be like a chapter in a book that getting to that point. So just mentioned from Jennifer's diagram, talked about this: the ancient Greece, 7 liberal arts: astronomy, mathematics, geometry, music, rhetoric, grammar, and dialect. Okay, psychological theories of self and identity formation. Who am I? How did I become the person I am? What factors, internal and external, take part in the creation of our identities? How much control do we have in creating our own identity? In my last essay, I discussed spiritual meanings given to the game of chess and how chess can be used as a self-discovery method. Chess helps in the self-improvement process by being a window into our deepest desires and motivations, which are revealed in play and can then be purified and prevent us from making future poor decisions. Now I want to go deeper into the understanding of self and identity from the perspective of psychology. Great thinkers of philosophy throughout history investigated the self, but major advancements came in the last 135 years with the advent of the field of psychology. Understanding the self is crucial for the direction of my research into the field of expertise and consciousness, as well as practical applications in the self improvement process. In this essay, I will briefly discuss Western philosophical precursors to understanding the self, the creation of the specialized field of psychology, early psychological theories of self, the cognitive revolution, and the modern field of cognitive science. Western philosophical precursors in the creation of the field of psychology. The Greek Stoics advocated for self mastery using self control and logic to overcome the power of the passions. One of the three maxims inscribed in the Temple of Apollo at Delphi was know thyself, a popular expression used by Socrates in many Greek schools. Plato understood a struggle between chaotic forces of desire and the unifying power of reason. Aristotle advocated the power of rational thought for self mastery, recognizing the inner struggles versus the collective aims of the polis society. A person can achieve the good life through self knowledge. One's character can be refined to being moral by finding the golden mean between the extremes of excess and deficiency. Similarly, major traditions had understandings of the nature of self and a process for self improvement, identifying the best character traits and trying to correspond ourselves to an ideal behavior. Further advancement from the ancient Greeks on understanding the self was sparse till the Enlightenment over 1500 years later. Through the modern era, the self was usually understood as immaterial in terms of the soul, psyche in Greek, and something unique about the person that controls the body and survives death. Till the rise of evolutionary psychology in the 19th century, the majority opinion was dualism, hypothesizing separate realms between mind and matter, usually with the self identified as the soul, a non physical entity which survives death. The word personality, one of the few words derived from Etruscan, originally meant mask. As mentioned on the essay on spiritual interpretations of chess, the Kabbalists referred to thought, speech, and action as the garments of the soul, similar to how the Greeks considered personality a mask of a person's true non material self. In future essays, I will turn to Vedic and Kabbalistic spiritual approaches to the self, although most of the terms of modern philosophy and psychology derive from the Greek. The meanings of the words have changed over time with the change in understanding of the underlying concepts. The largest catalyst for change was the application of the scientific method to philosophy, eventually leading to the creation of the subfield of psychology to specifically deal with scientific study of internal mental phenomenon. Rene Descartes, a dualist, changed the emphasis to the thinking process in relation to the mind and self, not just personality. In Meditations on First Philosophy, 1641, Descartes declared the essential self as a thinking entity. For Descartes, the thinking self or soul is non material, immortal, conscious being, independent of physical laws of the universe. John Locke was one of the first philosophers to take an empirical approach to the self. In an essay concerning human understanding, 1694, Locke posited the mind as a tabula rasa, blank slate, which is shaped by experience, with sensations and reflections as the two sources of all our ideas. Where Descartes posits self reflection as a method to reveal the nature of the self, Locke suggested one's self conception constitutes the self. David Hume, in A Treatise of Human Nature, 1740, takes this a step further, suggesting there is no substantive self, using introspective awareness to show that the self is a non substantive bundle of perceptions. According to Hume's bundle theory, an object consists of its properties, nothing more, including the self and personal identity. The application of empirical method to mind and the thinking process continued to advance the understanding of self. The empirical approach started making large advancements in the 19th century with advances in mathematics, science, and biological evolution. John Stuart Mill believed the human mind was open to scientific investigation, even if not exact. He proposed a mental chemistry in which elementary thoughts combined to ideas of greater complexity. Mill's mental chemistry is a precursor to my field of research, chunking theory, a process in cognitive psychology by which individual pieces of information are bound together into a meaningful whole. Using the scientific method on the output of mind led to the psychometrics movement. If we cannot directly measure the mind, we can measure the output of the mind. Psychometrics is the scientific discipline concerned with the construction of assessment tools, measurement instruments, and formalized models that may serve to connect observable phenomena to theoretical attributes. Earlier research like Galton, Helmholtz, Fechner, Wundt, and Ebbinghaus measured sense perception and memory. Behavior is focused on measuring human physical behavior. As earlier philosophers used the empirical method on mind through introspection, the psychometrics movement collected large amounts of data, measuring outputs of mind and differences between people. Psychometrics reached its peak at the beginning of the 20th century with the creation of intelligence and personality tests. Towards the end of the 19th century, with the rise of psychometrics and evolution, the fields of psychology and sociology separated from the field of philosophy, creating the social sciences. The specialized fields of psychology applied a scientific approach towards understanding mind, self, and identity. Ironically, the field of psychology, from the Greek, the study of the soul, takes an empirical and materialistic approach to the workings of the mind and questions of self and identity. William Wundt and his student Edward Teichner created the structuralism approach to psychology, focusing on the study and structure of the mind and consciousness, using introspection as the main method. In response to structuralism, American psychologists advanced the functionalist school approach to psychology, focusing on the purpose of the mind to the individual's use, in line with Darwinian evolutionary thinking. The 1889 World's Fair in Paris held a meeting of 400 leading psychologists, including William James. In 1890, William James published his influential Principles of Psychology. Although James is considered one of the founders of the functionalist school, his approach is more middle of the road between functionalism and structuralism, known as pragmatism. Approaches to self and identity parallel larger advancements in the field of psychology. This essay will focus on the psychological approach to self and identity, starting first with a historical overview and then an analysis of some of the main historical psychological theories of self and identity formation. Catch my breath if you want to make any comments.
Would you like me to take over for a bit? It's super long. We're not even halfway through.
If you want to do a section.
Sure. Psychological approaches to self and identity. William James was one of the first psychologists to take a systematic approach to self. James's 1890 Principles of Psychology includes a chapter on the consciousness of self, emphasizing the continuity of mind and multiplicity of selves. One main role the self plays is to provide a person continuity over one's lifetime, even though the self may change over time. James distinguishes continuity over one's lifetime, even though the self may change over time. James distinguishes between the I and me. The I represents the private internal sense of self based on introspection, and the me is more empirical, representing the apparent visible identities that arouses a response in others. The I is indivisible, a constellation of the entire confederacy of selves around unifying characteristics. The me can be divided into material, social, and spiritual selves. The material self consists of what belongs to a person, such as the body, family, and possessions as an extension of the self. The social self is who we are in specific social situations, changing our actions, thoughts, emotions, words, and mannerisms based on the current social situation or the people with whom we're interacting. This creates a plurality of selves, which James famously says there are as many social selves as there are individuals who recognize him. Social self is a selective industry of the mind. The spiritual self is who we are at our core, including our personality, values, and conscience, and typically remains relatively stable throughout our lifetime. I'm going to pass it back over to you. Are you good to take back over? Sorry, my throat is just like it's a little dry.
The contemporary of William James, James Mark Baldwin, took an interdisciplinary approach of biology, psychology, sociology, philosophy, Darwinian evolution, and Hegelian idealism and dialectic to the development of self. Baldwin understood self to slowly grow in social context and developed one of the first theories of identity formation, stressing the interdependence of individual and society. Another early related theory is Charles Horton Cooley's looking glass self. In Human Nature and the Social Order, 1902, Cooley describes three main components to the looking glass self. We imagine how we must appear to others in social situation. We imagine and react to what we feel their judgment of the appearance must be, and we develop our sense of self and respond through these perceived judgments of others. Social interaction acts as a mirror or looking glass through which we create our identity. Cooley and his colleague at the University of Chicago, George Herbert Mead, helped create symbolic interactionism. In Mind, Self, and Society, 1934, Mead hypothesized the emergence of mind and self from the communication process. Symbolic interactionism focuses on the development of the self and the objectivity of the world within the social realm. Mead insists that the individual mind can exist only in relation to other minds with shared meanings. Like Baldwin, Mead considers the self as a social process where a series of thoughts that go on in the mind help formulate one's complete self. For me, the mead is the social self, and the I is the response to the me. Unlike James, the I is the response of the individual to the attitude of others, the self as subject, and the me as object. The I is the knower, the me the known. The mind, a stream of thought, is the self reflective movements of the interaction between the I and me. James, Cooley, and Mead are part of the philosophical school of pragmatism, considering words and thoughts as tools best viewed in terms of their practical uses and successes. Another important early psychological thinker is Sigmund Freud, the founder of psychoanalysis. In Freud's The Ego and the Id, 1923, he outlined his theory of the id, ego, and superego. The id acts according to the pleasure principle, demanding immediate gratification of its needs, regardless of the external environment. The ego emerges to realistically meet the wishes and demands of the id in accordance with the outside world, adhering to the reality principle. The superego is the conscious and inculcates moral judgment, societal rules upon the ego, forcing the demands of the id to be met not only realistically but morally. According to Freud, the self is a function of the ego, which negotiates compromises among conflicting forces of instinct, superego, society, and reality, creating a healthy adaptation to life through the functions of learning, memory, perceptions, and synthesis. The self can be understood as functional, trying to meet the needs of the person within the constraints of society. As the field of psychology developed, behaviorism was still dominant into the 1950s, focusing more on stimulate and response than cognitive mechanism. Behavior was conditioned, as demonstrated by Ivan Pavlov's famous experiments, and research focused on methods of conditioning human behavior. James Watson was integral in establishing the psychological school of behaviorism, publishing Psychology as Behaviorists Views It in 1913. Watson held that only physical events of motor behaviors of an individual can be objectively observed, acknowledging that thoughts and feelings exist but are not part of the science of behavior. B.F. Skinner built on Watson, including private events such as thoughts and feelings as part of the science of behavior. However, Skinner held that internal events were also conditioned and controlled by environmental variables in the same way as observable behaviors. Skinner largely rejected the importance of self, arguing that the phenomenon of self awareness is produced in large part by those social contingencies that reinforce the organism's own behavior. For Skinner, self knowledge is of social origin and is only when a person's private world becomes important to others that it is made important to him. Behaviorism can be seen as a precursor to modern eliminative materialism. For behaviorism, behaviorist self concept serves as a functional purpose towards the goals of the organism. Thoughts and feelings are determined by conditioning, not cognitive processes. Another important school leading into the cognitive revolution is humanistic psychology, led by Carl Rogers and Abraham Maslow, who popularized the idea of self concept. Humanistic psychology adopted a holistic approach with special attention to such phenomena as creativity, free will, and positive human potential, viewing ourselves as a whole person greater than the sum of our parts. Maslow thought that Skinner and Freud were too deterministic and focused on mental conflict and negative traits rather than positive motivations. In A Theory of Human Motivation, Maslow proposed a hierarchy of needs in the shape of a pyramid, with the largest, most fundamental needs at the bottom. Individuals' most basic needs have to be met to enable a person to focus on higher level needs. Basic needs include physiology and safety needs, once met, allowing one to focus on psychological needs of belongingness and love, and then esteem needs. The highest needs at the top of the pyramid are self fulfillment, self actualization, achieving one's potential, including creative activities. Carl Rogers developed a person centered approach to psychotherapy, focusing on understanding personality and human relationships, seeking to facilitate a client's self actualization, recognizing inbuilt proclivity towards growth and fulfillment. You want to do personality?
Sure. Concurrent with psychological developments in self and identity were theories of personality. As mentioned, personality is of Etruscan origin, meaning mask. For example, in early Greek dramas where characters wore masks to exemplify certain character traits. In modern psychology, personality is a dynamic and organized set of characteristics possessed by an individual that uniquely influences their environment, cognition, emotions, motivations, and behaviors in various situations. Trait-based personality theories define personality as traits that predict an individual's behavior, and behavioral-based approaches define personality through learning and habits. Personality psychology examines personality and its variation among individuals. An early pioneer of trait theory was Gordon Allport in Concepts of Trait and Personality, 1927. Allport states traits are habits possessed of social significance and become very predictable. Traits are a unit of personality and are the single most unique things about a person. Traits can be cardinal, central, or secondary. Cardinal traits are ruling passions/obsessions that are rare but dominate and shape a person's behavior. Central traits are basic building blocks that shape most of our behavior, but not as overwhelming as cardinal traits, influencing but not determining behavior. Secondary traits are seen only in certain circumstances, such as particular likes and dislikes, and provide a complete picture of human complexity. Alpert also had a theory of childhood development of personality. Another important early theory on personality was Carl Jung's. In Psychological Types 1923, Jung proposed four main functions of consciousness: two perceiving functions of sensation and intuition, and two judging rational functions of thinking and feeling. These functions are modified by two main attitude types, extroversion and introversion, from three dualities with people inclined on one way or the other. It says on, not one, by the way. Jung described 8 outstanding psychological types. In 1944, Myers and Briggs added another duality of judging and perceiving and created an early personality test with 16 major personality types. More widely accepted today are the big 5 personality traits initially advanced by Toops and Kristall in 1961. The 5 identified factors are openness to experience, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. Many psychologists developed theories of personality with later focus on personality formation. Studies and testing of personality traits show how they vary among the population and change over time. Back over to you for cognitive revolution and a new era of psychology.
For the people speaking to Chomsky tomorrow, this is pretty relevant. Cognitive revolution and new era of psychology. Through the 1950s, behavioralism dominated psychology as behavior can be readily measured and well defined, as where internal thought is only accessible through introspection. The field of psychometrics has been testing the output of mind for 100 years by the time the cognitive revolution of the 1950s and 60s. Intelligence and personality tests were widely accepted and used by many institutions in the West. Leading psychologists had advanced theories of self and identity formation, but a method to study the influence of the inner workings of the mind was unclear. The cognitive revolution refers to the creation of a new field of cognitive science using interdisciplinary study of the mind and its processes. The main fields that united to create cognitive science were psychology, linguistics, computer science, anthropology, neuroscience, and philosophy. Interdisciplinary studies were not new. As mentioned in my essay, Critical Theory in the Frankfurt School, advancements in computer science allowed a new direction in the theories of mind, not fully dependent on introspection and psychometrics. The cognitive revolution started at the Symposium on Information Theory in 1956, held at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, where George Miller, Noam Chomsky, Alan Newell, and Herbert Simon presented papers on psychology, linguistics, and computer science. Miller, the father of chunking theory, with his article The Magic Number 7 plus or minus 2, recalled leaving the symposium with a strong conviction, more intuitive than rational, that human experimental psychology, theoretical linguistics, and computer simulation of rational cognitive processes were all pieces of a larger whole, and that the future would see progressive elaboration and coordination of their shared concerns. Chomsky helped create the field of linguistics, advancing universal grammar, proposing principles of the structure of language are inherited and present in the mind from genetics. In a review of B.F. Skinner's Verbal Behavior, 1959, Noam Chomsky critiqued behavioralism. Defining psychology as the science of behavior was like defining physics as the science of meter reading. If scientific psychology were to succeed, mentalistic concepts would have to integrate and explain the behavioral data. Alan Newell and Herbert Simon in Elements of a Theory of Human Problem Solving, 1958, used advances in information theory and computer science to reverse anthropomorphize problem solving methods used by a computer to the human mind. Multiple advancements in various fields changed the direction of psychology away from behaviorism to greater focus on cognitive processes. With a new interdisciplinary approach, George Miller, together with Prebaum and Galanter, published Plans and the Structure of Behavior, 1960, reverse anthropomorphizing computer planning methods to the human mind and cognitive processes. They proposed all skill action is based on plans, defining a plan as a set of rules for ordering and reordering stimulus response relations. A new approach to mind was made possible by applying computational methods of computer science to the human mind. In 1960, George Miller, together with Jerome Bruner, an educational psychologist, founded the Center for Cognitive Studies at Harvard to promote the studies of the higher mental processes. In 1967, Erlich Niesner, sometimes referred to as the father of cognitive psychology, published Influential Cognitive Psychology. Niesner defined cognition to refer to all the processes by which the sensory input is transformed, reduced, elaborated, stored, recovered, and used. Cognition is concerned with these processes even in the absence of stimulus and is involved in everything that a human being might possibly do. Every psychological phenomenon is a cognitive phenomenon. The cognitive revolution and the rise of cognitive psychology also changed the approach towards self and identity. In the future, I hope to dedicate a full essay to the cognitive revolution, as the cognitive revolution has implications for many fields. Today, almost all fields use a method of interdisciplinary studies. For the purpose of theories of self and identity formation, I will use the cognitive revolution to divide theories historically before and after the 1950s and divide my essay into part one up to the 1950s and part two picking up in the 1950s with the psychological advances of in theories of self and identity formation with influential theories of Erik Erikson through the modern era. With this background, we have a stronger basis to answer the questions of self and identity formation. The terminology can be confusing because many concepts are not well defined, and different philosophers and psychologists understand concepts differently, often using terms interchangeably. Various philosophical presuppositions can imply differing conclusions, leading to the creation of various schools of psychology. High levels of uncertainty due to the difficulty of directly measuring the mind allow for many models of self and identity formation. Advances in computer science created machines capable of performing complex computation that mirror human cognitive processes. This has allowed cognitive scientists to reverse anthropomorphize computer science processes onto the human mind and develop more complete models for the inner workings of the human mind. Better understanding of the brain and neuroscience allows us to correlate cognitive activity to brain activity. However, the essential problem of directly measuring the mind remains. Psychometric data is widely available, with large amounts of data collected from cognitive processes and personality over a lifetime to correlate various theories to available data or to collect new data specific to testing new models. The problem of consciousness persists, and the true nature of self remains elusive, with many still clinging to dualistic understandings of an immaterial soul that survives death, and others hopeful that new discoveries will show how the self arises from processes in the brain. Like critical theory in the Frankfurt School, psychology can be seen as just a search for truth and to describe truth for truth's sake, or a purpose driven pursuit to change society. Understanding the self and identity formation is important for all aspects of life, including successful interaction with our peers, development of expertise, the self improvement process, and a well functioning society. The self is central to cognitive processes, including expertise in mental phenomenon, as well as our identity and personality. In part two, I will bring us from the cognitive revolution to the present with the major theories of self and identity formation, including narrative identity and developments in neuroscience. I will then move into the development of my main field of research, consciousness and the science of expertise, with a goal of publishing a book on my multiple truth hypothesis. Just I thought about just the last few days
Nice.
talking on Discord actually with the plebeians that the psychometrics, the two main methods of introspection and psychometrics was changed by computer science. And that's the cognitive revolution, as Chomsky, Miller, Newell, and Simon, the computer scientists, because computer science creates a new venue to think about these things through artificial intelligence or computer intelligence, where okay, me and Jennifer do a lot of meditation and be like, well, I was thinking about how my mind works and came up with this model to psychometrics where it'd be like, okay, we have a bunch of data and this explains the data to we could successfully program the machine to perform these computational tasks. And so that ability to use the machine gave a new venue for how to understand the mind that didn't exist before the 1950s. I mean, you could argue maybe like pure logic and mathematics. You could not maybe you could call it reverse anthropomorphization in like a Platonic sense, where you say, okay, we use pure logic and mathematics, and then
But
reverse
that's sort of
anthrop.
a stretch to say that.
Well, maybe not. I mean, to some extent, you might be able to
Yeah,
argue that,
there's no proof that ties logic to math in any substantive way, so that's
but
another illusion.
why? That's why I said math and logic. But I would say you could consider the ancient Greeks reverse anthropomorphizing logic and math to the human mind, but logic and math are products of the human mind.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's good.
I mean, you could argue also computers are products of the human mind, but computers produced more than the mind uh, you did with them. So at a
The
certain
idea
point,
I think you're getting at is that the presence of computers changed our conception of ourselves, and that's what you're kind of getting at with this reverse anthropomorphization, which has said many times has way too many syllables and is far perhaps too dense of a concept to be anything else than the title of a book, but we'll see.
well, if you want to call models of the mind, that models of the mind
Yeah.
or cognitive processes really are the result of the machine because we didn't have a way to conceptualize it. Like from introspection, you wouldn't have thought from introspection that maybe my mind is performing computations like this. And the psychometric data wouldn't have, it would have been unlikely that the human mind from the psychometric data would have been able to determine that, maybe my mind is performing computations. It was from the machine saying, well, the machine's performing computations in this manner. Maybe the human mind does also.
Yeah. And the same with logic. We reason about logic this way, therefore, that's how matter functions or something along those lines.
Yeah, I shared those links at the beginning on um, neural nets, where neural nets was originally supposed to be a theory of how neurons worked, but it didn't really work out. And the neural net theory ended up working for machine learning. So, like, the origin of why we refer to the concept of neural nets is because it was originally a theory for neurons that failed, but found success in machine learning. And so that's why the terminology is so confusing. And it's really just a series of algorithms. Like the concept of neural nets is an iterative algorithm that they thought, and I guess if you're looking in the 1950s, you had Boolean logic, and then you have advances in neuroscience. And so they probably figured that the brain has a bunch of logic gates like Boolean logic. And at that point, they were using vacuum tubes. So the idea that you were going to build these huge computers that were going to be able to perform complicated functions based on Boolean logic might have been fantastical. Like when you still had to use vacuum tubes to perform logic gates, it would have been fantastical to think like that you would have these complicated processes. So it's interesting
I mean,
that
did anyone actually think that?
well, that's I put at the beginning the link on the perceptron, and um,
I guess it's the
wrote,
same idea as like, well,
and
we have
Rosenblatt.
mathematics, therefore the universe is mathematical. It's kind of the same idea as that.
Well, I think neural nets was originally a function on neurons that failed.
I'm not sure what you mean by failed here.
It was a failed theory on how neurons work, created in the 1950s.
Okay.
At least I'm pretty sure. I'm going to keep on researching this. I got some more books, but that was I shared those links at the beginning of the show of even the book and the Rosenblatt and Marvin Minsky and the first perceptron machine. That the first machine they called perceptron was based on circuit logic that was created by Rosenblatt in order to describe neurons.
So something created to describe neurons. That's not biomimicry. A description isn't an imitation of a thing. So it's sort of like, I don't know why we had that huge debate. I'm glad it happened because I think in a way it clarified certain aspects of the question, but I'm coming at this from actually working quasi in the field on this.
Well, I mean, the complication comes from the terminologies that we use.
Yeah. There's
Because
extreme problems with terminology, but so that's why we want to shift to a concept-based understanding so that we don't have to worry about terminologies much.
well, that's the critical theory. Can you separate the ideas from the society from which they arose? And
You have to intentionally sort of design a means to do that. I don't think it happens accidentally. But yeah. I think what the term is meant to is true, but it's nevertheless, I don't want to say state of the art, but it's something.
we think of the history of ideas, who was coming up with them, without anachronizing what existed at the time. So
I mean,
before,
in my worldview, that's nonsensical because to me, ideas they're eternal and they're discovered to various extents over eons of civilization. So you could ask, like, in this interval, who understood this notion best? Maybe you could start to answer a question like that, but past that, I don't see how you can get more certain than that. Like the notion of a discovery of an idea to me is not, I mean, an invention sort of. Even a discovery, like there's a progression of discovery that's punctuated by things like cars and computers, but what's going on beneath the surface is a very continual evolution of understanding of a finite number of fixed concepts.
well, okay, that's why I mentioned the critical theory. That was one of the ideas of the Frankfurt School, is you can't divorce science. The positivists that looked at the science as a pure pursuit of truth that was morally neutral, as opposed to the critical theory that said science should have a goal of bettering society, and you can't separate ideas or science from the society from which it arose. But leaving that as an uncertainty, like multiple truth hypothesis, you're just saying, where do we first see these ideas originate? And so you have a long history of, not that long of a history, going back to like Pascal, to Babbage, Markov, um, Bayes, of like algorithmic thinking. And then in the 1950s, the very beginning of computers, and then also the rise of quantum mechanics and the electron microscope and various things to start seeing the nature of neurons in the brain. Um, and so this concept of computation through logical gates that existed from the time of Babbage in a primitive form, but was starting to reach a height in the 40s of, also with electricity, just plain old electricity, um, that your early applications for these logic gates was going to be for two things, basically, for the brain and neurons and for computers. And it turned out that neuroscience didn't really advance with circuit logic. So, like when they first started the microscope technology to see what is actually happening on a neuronal level, uh, they expected that they were going to make all these discoveries about circuit logic and how the brain performs these Babbage Boolean type functions, and people even wrote books about neuroanatomy, hypothesizing that. And then there was also the direction in the future, like Turing, and the direction of the future of computers. But it turns out that the neurology approach basically went nowhere, and the computer approach went further than anyone could have imagined. Because when they first started applying, like Turing and his chess computer was made with vacuum tubes. They had to make a smaller chessboard, like because the uh, to perform the circuits, to make the logic circuits to perform Turing's chess, they had to simplify the chessboard to 6 by 6 because they had to do it all with vacuum tubes. Right? You remember this in my essay on Kotov?
Oh yeah, it's an excellent summary of where things are at, and valuable because it sort of brings everything into perspective, explains what's going on now a lot.
This is Newell. So 1958, I'm looking at my Kotov article. 1958, McCarthy, Newell, and Simon developed alpha beta pruning algorithms similar to TuroChamp, created by Turing in 1948, by using expected value and only analyzing variations with the higher expected values, pioneered by Arthur Samuels.
So Kristen
first year, but
et al. Just published an article.
who did?
Chris Fields, Carl Friston, James F. Glazebrook, Michael Levin, and Antonino Marciano. Just came out on the 20th. I'll throw it in the chat. I can read from it. Reading from the book of Prophet Carl Friston. We show how any system with morphological degrees of freedom and locally limited free energy will, under the constraints of the free energy principle, evolve towards a neuromorphic morphology that supports hierarchical computation, in which each level of the hierarchy enacts coarse graining of its inputs and dually a fine graining of its outputs. Such hierarchies occur through biology, from the architectures of intracellular signal transduction pathways to the large-scale organization of perception and action cycles in the mammalian brain, formerly the close formal connections between cone-cocone diagrams CCCD as models of quantum reference frames on the one hand, and between CCCDs and topological quantum fields theories on the other, allow the representation of such computations in the fully general quantum computational framework of topological quantum neural networks. So, a bit wordy, but very similar to the wording of the Qualia Research Institute. So that's nice, and sort of nice that to see that he was underselling it a bit in terms of how general the theory was.
You remember my video from the robotics conference a month ago? Or 2 months ago already?
Yeah.
You remember what a PLC is?
I just remember us arguing about how realistic one could train a robot arm. And you were saying it was a click and drag thing, and I was saying click and drag one. And is that what you're talking about, or something else?
Well, okay, well, that's what you remember. But I refer, it's called a PLC circuit, which is a programmable logic circuit, which is not really a microprocessor. It doesn't make computations. It has, like, a machine learning is connected through a computer and has a microprocessor and performs computations, as opposed to a PLC, programmable logic circuit, is just an electrical circuit that has a control for the signals it sends. So if you have a repetitive process that controls a robotic arm that just does the same thing again, or for most industrial machines, they use what's called a PLC circuit, programmable logic circuit, and you just program the electrical signals, and it could have like connected to sensors or timing data that has very simple logic gates, or that when two signals are met, it performs the action. So if there's a timing sensor or a pressure sensor, if let's say you have a conveyor belt and there's a sensor that senses when the object reaches the point of the conveyor belt, and when that happens, the circuit becomes completed and will send the robotic arm in a pre-programmed direction to pick up the object and move it to another place. Not connected to any machine learning, which maybe you could consider like a simple electronic device, like your microwave or your stove, where you press buttons and it just completes an electrical circuit from doing that. So if you're talking about like Carl Friston, the free energy principle in the human brain, like a programmable logic circuit, where you're not talking about any computations, you're just talking about the completion of a logical circuit, like an AND or NOR gate, that doesn't perform any computation. Just means that these two signals are hit at the same time, and then it performs a stimuli response action. Like I said, the robotic arm, if the circuit has a pressure sensor, and when the object reaches the point and it hits on the sensor, then it causes the action to trigger in the same way like a reflexive action or sense perception in, going back to like Helmholtz or sound perception, visual perception. But it's unclear that there's any computation being performed. So I mean, if you're talking Carl Friston in the human mind or the neural system, there's no evidence. I mean, there's correlates, but there's no direct evidence isn't the right word, but there's no direct understanding of how.
Are you saying there's no reason to believe this can model it? This can model the phenomenal consciousness? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying if he's talking about computation, there's no evidence that there's no direct evidence that the human body or neural system performs computations. That's why I was talking about a PLC circuit. Say the neural system operates like a PLC circuit where there's NAND and NOR gates, but there's no direct evidence that there's anywhere in the neural system that performs computations. So that's just the point I'm making. So if
Well,
Carl
can you
Friston is
define
talking,
computations precisely enough to exclude it from a human but include it in a computer?
not making the difference between a computer, a microprocessor, and a PLC circuit. So saying that the PLC circuit you have up there doesn't perform computations.
It's more of a relay system.
Yeah.
But I mean, definitionally, it does do limited. Its primary function is not computation. It's more like the functionality of a cell phone, which I was told analogizes as a server. Anyway, I
We're
was
saying
looking
it
at
doesn't have a microprocessor. It has NAND and NOR gates.
says input output error. I mean, are you sure that none of them do? But I don't know
I
anything
mean,
about
some of them could have a microprocessor, but usually they don't. They're saying they're just NAND and NOR gates that control when electrical signals or the exact process of the electrical signals is sent to a machine. So if you're talking about a large machine that operates purely based on electrical signals, you have it's called a programmable logical circuit. So I mean, in that sense, you say it has logic circuits, but very simplified
It's
logic.
operator input controlled. You can change the settings. The operator can change the settings, correct? I mean, that's sort of,
Yeah, they're programmable.
yeah, that's the whole thing with them. Like computers, the way we understand computers they're not really programmable. Like throwing some software on your computer is not programming in the same sense that this is. So this is more of a, yeah, I guess I like to call it operator input controlled, but they're saying it's
I mean, it has a series.
just a controller receive, yeah, just controller, I guess.
The only command it does is timed electrical signals. So you can have multiple electrical signals that go through different wires to different parts of the machine, and a time control and a relay where when it sends the electrical signals is based on when it receives electrical signals or a combination of electrical signals. So in that sense, it's like a logical circuit, but it's not performing computations. It's just controlling when electrical signals are sent, not based on computations, but based on when it receives electrical signals.
So you're
As
saying that what's happening in the signals that can't be a computation.
Yeah, as opposed to a microprocessor that performs computations. So I'm making the distinction that there's quite a bit of evidence that the nervous system operates like a PLC. There's no direct evidence that the neural system operates like a microprocessor.
Okay, fair enough.
So I'm not, if, in terms of Friston, if he's what could emerge from a PLC? Like a PLC is a control circuit. It's not a
Well, it's
process.
a metaphor for the body, so it still does not account for the mind. So it's basically just an abstraction.
What's a control system? It's not a processing system.
Well, the mind controls the body, so you can model the body as a control system, but that's not going to fully parameterize behavior. It's only going to talk about the body and probably make some incorrect ideas about the mind.
Yeah, but if you're limited to a PLC as opposed to a microprocessor, so
Well,
saying there's
obviously, a microprocessor would not be complex enough to analogize any part, any irreducible part of a body. It's nonsensical. I mean, we keep coming back to the same thing.
Well, you're saying
Boolean
the
logic
opposite.
doesn't analogize in any way to
Well, you said
biology.
incorrectly anyways. You're saying microprocessors are more than sufficient to model the human processes.
Okay.
It's just that
You're
they're
excluding all the processes of consciousness, sure. But then you're
no
including
including.
nothing.
I mean, presumably microprocessors could do all the functions of human consciousness, control, and more. It's just that there's no microprocessors in the brain.
All right. That means
If
that
you're saying
you're
that
saying that our consciousness reduces to computation. You just got done saying it doesn't do that. So, okay.
no, I mean, you're completely missing what I'm saying.
It's because
I'm
I'm
saying
a
that
panpsychist, and to me, you just contradicted yourself. But I realize that in your
no,
worldview,
because
you didn't.
you're trying to make steps that I'm not making. I'm talking about
Okay, sorry.
the physical phenomenon of what exists on the physical plane. So in terms of the computations that microprocessors make superior computations to what humans could make without even understanding like a dualistic. So they're
You have to define computation very narrowly for that to be the case.
making two separate points. On the materialistic understanding, there are no microprocessors in the human brain. There's only PLC, the programmable logic circuits. So if the human mind had microprocessors, it would be possible to answer the hard problem conscious, maybe not. And I would even put it different
I don't
that
see how that would mean
that
that we understood it.
microprocessors are already superior to the human mind. So at this point, what we could
How?
do with microprocessors is significantly more than the human mind at greatest capacity could do. So if the human mind had microprocessors, it would change the direction. But we're saying that microprocessors that we produce are significantly superior to the human mind. So looking in, so I'm making 2 points. The brain does not have microprocessors. An acknowledgement that microprocessors are superior to the human mind, and then the function of the human brain is comparable to PLC circuits, not to microprocessors.
Well, I wouldn't say the brain analogizes either way. I'd say maybe the body analogizes as the PLC. And
I
that's
would
about
put
it.
opposite. I would say the brain probably analogizes almost exactly to a PLC circuit. I mean,
The
there's other
brain is a
functions.
filter for consciousness. A
Well,
filter.
so I'm saying that there is no microprocessing happening in the brain.
The brain is removing information, not adding it.
Well, okay, from my perspective, there's no information in the brain that's on a dualistic level.
There's a
There's
okay.
information.
Well, you've got your dualistic idea, but we got to. If you just said you got to take a materialistic view, you can't invoke some arbitrary dualism. It's just got to be physicalism.
Well, so, I mean, there's my view, and so we're looking at the facts, and so you see, like, there are no microprocessors in the brain. Microprocessors,
I don't think anyone ever said that there was. The question is the function of
microprocessors
consciousness
function.
reducible to some type of a computational process?
microprocessors are already significantly superior to the human mind in terms of computational ability. So making a few separate points.
You know, you
The-
can say that a million times, so that doesn't make it true. It's true within a very limited range, but it's definitely not a fact that computers are just across the board better than human
and any
cognition or decision making
computational,
or whatever you want to call it. That's absolutely.
well, you're talking about something
I don't know
abstract
anyone who
like
would agree with
decision
that.
making, and any computational ability, microprocessors are significantly superior to the human mind in terms of any form of computation. So if you be like,
And you're putting to the
be
side the
like
fact that
Penrose,
those models
that
are all
the
saying,
human mind is not doesn't operate through computation. It's not computable. Whatever the human mind's doing is not doing through computation.
I don't understand how people don't see that that's just a matter of definition. Whether the brain or whether our consciousness is computational is a matter of definition. So like what's the argument here? What are we saying?
Well, so if you think back to my article and say that there's really no direct method to measure the mind. You could measure,
It's called the mind.
you could do introspection or psychometrics. Those are really the only two methods. And that's
Yeah, the mind measures the mind.
introspection, self measurement, and reporting of the mind, or psychometrics, output of the mind. And then,
And they're both incomplete, I
and
would
then in
say,
the
as
50s, there
methodology.
became a third method, and you could put that back in like a Platonic sense, was always the method of math and logic, but the third method of reverse anthropomorphization.
You should write an article about reverse anthropomorphization, then we can make a compendium of conceptual stumbling blocks.
Well, and just people who don't, say you're like Claire in that sense, where it's people who have to want to know the truth for the truth's sake, and then like the dissonance if you're coming to, whatever reason that you have your own ideas that you want to advance that holds you up from an interest in the truth. So just looking at the
What are you
methods.
talking about here? Are you pointing to something in particular? Or just saying you don't like what I just said?
Um,
I'm basically
you
agreeing with
just
you.
sound
I'm
like
saying that you can systematize
you
the
just sound like T
perceptual
Jump or
errors.
something. I mean, like you're just mimicking like T Jump. Like you should publish a paper. Like how come you haven't won a Nobel Prize yet? And
I'm
it's like, 'cause
saying
I'm just
I want to
interested
put
in
something
trying
out.
to
I
discover
want to
the
do this.
truth.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about something I want to do that would be interesting and suggesting that you might find it interesting as well. But I'm already working on this type of thing, which is a list of like, I don't want to say fallacies, but conceptual sort of errors that are easy to make, as well as concepts that are sort of listed in what me and several others believe is the increasing order of complexity to think about, so that there's like, I'm calling it a compendium of like DIY exploration into some of these topics. That's what I was sort of getting at there.
Yeah, so if we're interested in the human mind, so obviously there's the
There were
historical
two classes of ways to measure the mind: introspection and whatever the
psychometrics.
psychometrics, whatever we're calling the external stuff. And I would say both are incomplete to some extent, and even combined, they're sort of incomplete.
Introspection is not a measure of the mind. So there's no way to measure the
Introspection
mind.
allows you to measure minds better, because
No, it's not a
introspection is
measurement.
measuring your own mind.
Introspection is not a measurement.
Observation, if observation is a measurement and introspection is observation, then yes, it is.
But I mean, there's no measurement. Introspection does not provide a measurement.
Depends on the definition of measurement.
There's nothing
Like
to measure. Introspection is subjective. There's no measured data that you're going to provide. as opposed to psychometrics, like how long psychometrics has data. It's measured. The output of mind can be measured. You have time. You could have amounts. Introspection is not going to provide you data, and that's in that sense, like measurable data.
Introspection is measurement by my model. So the data is rendered into my existing consciousness through introspection. That is considered valid, more valid in a lot of ways than other things, because it's direct. Now, it's not valid over all observations. It's valid over my own experience.
But it's not. It's not. What are you? It's not a measurement. It's an observation.
Okay, my theory is saying that measurement equals observation equals waveform reduction. So in my own theory, yeah, it is. Introspection
Okay,
is
I
a
mean,
measurement.
then you're making you're just making a circular argument, because I mean, you're just you're just
So are
defining.
you, and only one of us is right.
No, I mean, you're self-defining words that only you define that way.
That's
And
not true either.
I mean, I just told you, like, I did the due diligence to say how this stuff has been canonized. You just self-defined a few words that that's just a fantasy in your own mind.
I'd like to see the evidence that it actually represents an understanding first. Then I'll say it's worth it. Do they confirm panpsychism in the model? No. Okay, I don't accept its authority. Sorry. That's just how I evaluate things.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine, but like, I mean, it's not about you.
Well, it is my channel, so it's nice to be
Yeah,
able
I'm
to
trying to say, I
say
mean,
my
I
opinion.
mean, for science isn't about you. Like, at most, you could self-report your own introspection. And it's saying for a scientific perspective, that's of close to no value.
Science is a method. And the good thing about a method is you can validate it without having to go through an intermediary if you understand it. So I'm just going to continue on with that.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to do what you're going to do. That's what the point is making. You have introspection, and
you can say that introspection doesn't really lend itself to data gathering in the sense that we would think of as, doing experiments where it involves gathering a bunch of numbers
or measurements.
Again, numbers and measurements aren't the same thing. So if you want to define a measurement as a number, you can do that, but then you're going to have trouble with quantum mechanics because you're going to have a hard time saying that observation isn't measurement. So you have all these different fields that are sort of not necessarily defining terms the same way.
I mean, that's why I did the due diligence of writing this essay. And say, okay, we're on intellectual realm, and like, maybe I'll publish, and just a handful of people will read it. And so like everyone wants to very few people want to do the due diligence, want to go through the rigors of trying to be published, or go about uh called the due diligence. So you're saying, okay, you just want to use words the way you want to use them and say what you think, and okay, means your channel is what you're going to do.
I mean, are you saying that because there's this one interpretation of mind that the mind now doesn't measure mind? Is that suddenly not true anymore? Like, I don't understand what you're saying here.
Well, I mean, it's what I tried to cover in my essay, in the rise of the field of psychology, and going back to Locke and Descartes, and applying the empirical and scientific method to mind, and the even behaviorism, where introspection is rejected completely, to the rise of the cognitive revolution.
Mm-hmm.
So
I have to now accept that that's correct. What? I'm not
well,
allowed to disagree.
You could disagree, but do your due diligence, or I mean, you could just become like
I
Claire,
have done my due
you're
diligence.
just going to keep on
Anything that
repeating
isn't
yourself.
panpsychist
Like,
will
this is
not
what
be
I think.
coherent.
This is what I think, and then let me just tell you what I think again, and then when I'm done with it, I'm going to tell you what I think again. And it's saying, from the due diligence, it doesn't matter what you think. So I'm saying, okay, it's your channel. That's what you want to do. It's just like you just want to keep on repeating what you think, But from the scientific, the due diligence perspective, I'm not interested in what you have to think. And is that I'm even clarifying that because, like, at most, that's has introspective value.
So a scientific theory isn't about the predictions it makes, it's about whether it's accepted by peer review.
Well, there's a process, but I mean, it would. I mean, if you're talking the scientific method, one of the parts is the prediction it makes.
Doesn't sound like that's really factoring into it much.
But then you have the due diligence of. I mean, it depends what you're researching. Saying that if the only thing you care about is forwarding what you think, that's. I mean, it's somewhat part of theory formation and testing, but even theory formation and testing is not about what you
I don't
think.
really see them as my thoughts. I see them as reformulations of existing knowledge.
But from the scientific
That's how
method,
I see it.
it's about what the evidence, it's what the test
I see
reveals.
myself as having a very high scientific standard.
Well, then you would have to. That means adhering to the scientific method and the evidence, and
Uh-huh.
rejecting your
I
own
do.
thoughts if it doesn't
I do
correspond to the
reject
evidence. If your own theories and
I
thoughts.
reject subjective bias, which is why I can reject incorrect interpretations of data.
Well, it means your own biases, your own theory to say,
Whose
okay,
bias are we talking about here? What's a bias?
I mean, we're getting too far off the subject. I mean, just because every time I say something like
We're talking about advancing consciousness research and what that involves, and you're saying your opinion doesn't matter, and I'm saying it actually does because I've studied consciousness a lot and I can explain it really well. So that does kind of matter.
so,
It's
I'm
not
like
the
the
sole deciding
classical point
factor, but it's something.
of the two methods. I'm saying if you disagree with the formulation of psychology, I mean that's fine, but we're just going to go in a circle, and it's going to be a circle because you're going to define terms in your own way, even though that's not how classically the terms are defined, and it's just going to be a meaningless circle.
Well, psychology, consciousness.
So I'm just explaining that there's understood two main methods to go about the understanding of the mind. There's introspection and psychometrics. And for whatever reason, the dissonance of using the word measuring for psychometrics but not for introspection, um, get over it, or do some research and figure it out, write your own paper. But these are the terminology that's been used. If you have some issue with if you're basing your issue on the measurement limit and quantum mechanics,
I'm saying it's useful to define
could be
measurement
because
as
that stuff came out
observation
that
as waveform reduction because then everything is completely going to line up in terms of consciousness. That's what I'm saying.
some you're doing what basically a version of what I said. You're eliminating the field of psychology, and making it a subfield of biology. You want to
I
make
don't even know what that means,
a
frankly.
subfield of
I don't
physics.
know what that means.
So I'm telling you the foundation of psychology, and you're saying, well, what about physics? And it's saying, well, I don't know. Like I'm not concerned with how physics defines measurement. Physics defines
I'm
measurement that
concerned
doesn't
with the
correspond
accuracy
to
of a
how
model.
psychology defines measurement. That say relatively irrelevant. I said that the cognitive revolution had 6 fields, and one of them wasn't physics. I mean,
Yeah. So is that a problem?
you want to include what is quantum. You want to force quantum mechanics into it. I mean, you could make your attempt, but then if you're gonna reject and you're saying, well, ah, ha ha, I studied physics and we define measurement in a different way, and because you're using that word, in a way that doesn't correspond to the quantum mechanics.
That's actually
You
not
must-
at all what I'm getting at here. Not at all. It was about the claim about measuring experience, and I said that depends on the definition of measurement. If you're taking measurement to mean a piece of data, yeah, it's hard to do. But if you're taking measurement as observation, then introspection is a form of measurement. That's all that was.
Well, I mean, you can,
Mere
if you want
clarification.
technical terms like isolate, you can't isolate introspection. Measurements are isolated. You have an isolated piece of data where you've limited the measurement to a singular aspect. You can't isolate introspection. And introspection can only be self-reported.
Or you can know how to test if someone's lying through mental techniques.
I mean, you're going to try to propose that you could measure introspection or something like that, or that you could isolate
I just
it.
think it's imprudent to
It's
deny it.
because
I'm not
your
saying
great
we can
power
measure
of
it. I'm
meditation.
saying it's
You're
imprudent
so
to deny it
powerful at
sometimes.
meditation that you can now scientificize introspection.
I didn't say that. I'm just saying it's imprudent to be certain when you're not really sure what the technology entails. Means it's
Well-
so inconceivable.
Well, it's irrelevant. It doesn't require, if you're talking, like saying that technological advancements and the historical, you're from philosophy to the advent of psychology, these two main methods were always the two main methods: introspection and psychometrics. The measurement of the output of the mind and the introspective reporting on the processes of the mind.
Okay. And
And so you
reporting
could
on the
add,
processes of the mind isn't very reliable.
would say it's not scientific. It's not
It is
subject.
somewhat scientific,
It's
but
not
it's not really. It's
subject to the
data in a
science.
sense,
It's
so
not
you can say
subject
it's
to the
empirical, but
scientific method.
it's not really verified or valid evidence because the person could be deceiving you about what they're saying. There's no way to be sure on that.
There's no way to subject it to the scientific method. You take
You could do a
psychometric.
meta-analysis of some sort of a questionnaire and try to argue that that meant something about a mental state, but it would be tenuous because you'd be sort of
Then that'd be psychometrics already.
expecting people to self-report accurately, which is unrealistic because the level of self-awareness about mental processes isn't really there for most people.
Yeah, I mean, you would be turning it into psychometrics then.
Mm-hmm. I think that's sort of where the conversation's going, isn't it?
No, I was making a completely different point. I mean, for whatever reason you wanted to argue on just this word measurement, I was making a completely different point. So I said that you classically have these two methods of measuring the mind and introspecting and self-reporting the mind. And in the recent era, you've added two more methods. You have what I'm calling reverse anthropomorphizing from the machine to the mind. And you also have neurology. And it's questionable what reverse how your beneficial or active reverse anthropomorphizing is and how beneficial neuroscience is.
To the extent that it's applied, I had a little bit of a debate with somebody about, the evidence of psychology being scientific being advertisements, and somehow the manipulation of advertisements evidence that psychology was a validated science.
Social science.
I just don't really think that it establishes that.
I mean,
If psychology was a science, you would have a theorem that if you applied it, you could predict behavior. That's what science is.
well, you do, because you have psychometrics and you have theories that can predict behavior.
Rationalizing Post hoc and predicting isn't the same thing. And distinguishing, rationalizing post hoc and prediction is not easy to do.
No, I mean, they're exactly, that's the idea of like personality traits or even intelligence testing, that you could measure the output of the mind, and from the measurement of the output of the mind, you could assess a trait to the person, and then that trait has predictability for performance. So so saying I'm going to give Jennifer an IQ test, and then based on that IQ test, I will, I mean, IQ test, I'll give Jennifer any form of test in a field of expertise, and then from that result on that test, I will predict her performance and output in multiple fields. If it's give Jennifer a French test, and then from that French test, I'll predictability of her competence in French speaking, or Chinese test. I'll give her a Chinese assessment test, and then from that, you make relatively accurate predictions of her ability to speak Chinese. And any form of assessment like that. I mean, it's a social science. It has the predictive computational methods is based on psychometrics, because I can't directly test your mind, but I could give you any form of battery of tests, and then based on those batteries of tests, predictive, not just like cognitive abilities, like mental abilities, but personality, where you give you a test that would introversion, extroversion,
That still
openness,
wouldn't tell me
and
that
that
there was
would
an
be
understanding of
predictive of
psychology.
behavior.
I'm sorry, but that still wouldn't establish an understanding of psychology, in my opinion.
That's not what you said. You said predictability. So I said predictability exists.
Predict all states, that's a minimum condition, and I'd like to see actualize some on command. See nothing of the sort.
Well, I didn't say it's, I'm saying it's a soft science. It's a social science. It has predictability. You know, say it doesn't have a theory of everything, a complete model.
Can it be distinguished from just a description?
There are countless traits and ability that can be tested and reliably used to predict.
That sounds like a
outcome.
description, not an actual prediction. A prediction would be like the subject spontaneously seeks to maintain a coherent self-image. That's a prediction. See how that's really short? And it's always a fact. That would be the sort of thing I would look at as a psychological model if I was going to be considering it valid.
We're talking assessment model, like a cognitive ability, like
An
of
assessment
performance.
model would be a level of deviation from some standard framework.
You mean say that you would be given some sort of aptitude test, and it could be specific, and that would be predictive of your performance.
Performance on what? More aptitude tests? That's what I'm saying.
On
That
whatever
barrier's got to be
specific,
higher.
whatever the specific aptitude that's being tested. So if you're talking about,
Psychology is about how the mind functions. So on the one level, you're looking for a model that predicts how the mind is going to influence behavior.
so if you're talking about a theory of
That's
everything,
on one level.
if you're, I'm talking about an individual assessment and prediction, like your ability to speak French, you have a whole model of how your mind works, versus saying here's a test on your French speaking ability, a predictive value to how well you speak French, versus some sort of spatial reason. If you're talking about your eyesight.
The point is that running a bunch of tests and thinking that running a bunch of tests like that gives insight on psychology is misunderstanding what I'm calling psychology, which is understanding how the mind predicts behavior.
Yeah, but now you're talking like a theory of everything. Physics doesn't have a theory of everything. It's closer.
No,
you
a theory of how human
you have
mind predicts behavior is a
individual.
theory of how human mind predicts behavior. It's not a theory of everything. It's a theory of how human mind predicts behavior. And the Friston theory, in a way, is actually that. You could draw some predictions from that theory, but you have to say, like, maybe they're a bit interpretations rather than predictions per se, because you sort of have to be careful about the line between physics, metaphysics, a bit nebulous.
No, I mean that's a holistic theory, but it doesn't predict anything, as opposed to an individual like
Yes, it
personality.
predicts that free energy is minimized.
Yeah,
And
but
then it has a
it can't be
framework.
used. It can't be
It has a
used for
framework
any
for
individual
parameterizing this
prediction.
minimized free energy. And it's a question of, is that framework appropriate? It does make a prediction, which is the minimization of free energy. It's just a
You
question
could
of, is
call
the way it's being framed appropriate or truth apt or whatever.
you could call like let's say a driver's test on the rules of the road and signs a psychological test, and saying that's predictive.
You
Here's what
could, but why would you want to?
well, I mean, it is. That's where it comes from.
A driving test and a psychology test are connected somehow?
Well, it's from the field. It's saying well, it's the application of aptitude tests comes from psychology. And if it's not just a general intelligence, but a given aptitude, like I said, like expertise and licensing. So when you get a
Okay.
driver's license and you have to take a test that you understand the traffic signals and the road signs and the traffic laws, that's a psychological test that has been canonized into law that you have to take to get a license. But it's a psychological test and it has predictive value of how well you understand the traffic laws.
So, okay, psychology is something measured through aptitude tests. I'm getting a bit better of an understanding. Daryl says you have to be specific and define minimization of free energy. That's what the formula is. That's what I said twice. You check if the formula accords with the data.
It's unclear what the free energy, if it's a principle of
It's an
information
ordering
theory or it's a
principle. If you have a
principle.
system that's structured over time, it's free energy, which you can define in varying degrees of accuracy, will be minimized. It's just another way of saying the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, but it's unclear how that would have any uh, relation to a process of mind.
Well, if processes of mind reduce to thermodynamic processes, then
What he's saying, if it could be used for information or for thermodynamics. So if you're trying to define even as a non-physical mind, just because mind uses information that the information of the mind might be applicable to the free energy principle, or if you're talking about physical systems that would be subject to thermodynamics, but in terms of an actual psychological output, it's unclear that the free energy principle is any use, as opposed to an individual
unless you can
battery.
define it specifically enough to make verifiable, coherent predictions, useful predictions.
Yeah, which as of now it doesn't.
Well, I would argue that
psychology
the
for over 100.
Friston model is actually quite close. The idea of surprise minimization is actually insightful over the field.
I mean, it could be, but
So I do think
you're discounting the success of psychology. And it's like
that.
psychometrics has existed for 150 years, and assessment and aptitude tests have permeated all of society, and licensing and measurement of aptitude, expertise, knowledge levels already permeates all of society, and those are creations of the field of psychology. That's a form of psychometrics. Like it's just you want to stick with the example of the test when you get a driver's license. That's an outgrowth of the field of psychometrics and aptitude testing.
Thanks
And
for
saying it's
explaining. I did not
you don't
understand
need
that.
to know how the mind works to know you could measure the output of mind and from that determine the aptitude. So we don't know how the mind works. You could, a Friston free energy principle, maybe, but we have psychometrics and we could do the output of mind. And therefore you could give a person a test when they get the driver's license to measure their output of mind to determine if they have the competence level to perform a basic task. Like when you go from first grade to second grade, or any of these batteries of tests, when you get a license or one of the privileges of society, and you take a psychometric test that is predictive of your competence level. And all of this derives from psychology. So you say, it's not a science. Okay, but you still, you had to get a driver's license, you had to take a test. And you say it was not a science. Okay, you could say that all you want. They call it social science, but saying it's making measurements. It's measuring your output of your mind, and it has
Yeah, it's a
predictive.
system of
It
analysis.
has
It's
predictive
making
ability,
measurements. It's analysis. Analysis is what it is.
and it has predictive ability in what it measures. So no, I mean, the
That
driver's
is not
license
what
test
predictive means.
is not
That is not
predictive.
what predictive means. What you're saying is that, well, you're basically saying the model defines measurement, and that's what I'm saying that's a problem, because it's circular.
It's
But
predictive.
that
You're saying that the
doesn't mean that
driver's
there isn't information to be gleaned from measurements that are essentially meaningless.
your driver's aptitude test. I mean, there's two levels. It's a performance level and a psych. I mean, so the psychometric test and the actual driver's test is also psychometrics. So when you're in the car and you're driving and you have a instructor, or that actually test your driving, that's also psychometrics, as is the written test. And saying that those psychometric tests of your driving test and your written driving test are predictive of your ability to drive. Just like any test that you took in school is predictive
Okay.
of your ability.
That does not make the test scientific.
It is scientific. That's why psychology is considered a social science.
Scientific is a model that makes a
Now,
verifiable prediction.
You're just defining terms the way, like, no one cares your opinion.
You're
Your
trying to
opinion
say
of
that something
psychology
that's
is not
not science
scientific.
is science, and I'm saying that that doesn't make it science magically. That just makes all of science look less serious. And you can call that some type of test, but that you realize
No,
that that means that
you're
every
speaking for
test is
yourself
now
and only for
scientific.
yourself.
You're
You're
saying
speaking
that
for yourself and only for yourself.
you keep having to repeat that. You're saying,
Well, I
is every
do, because
test
when you're
scientific?
speaking for yourself, you're not an authority on science. You're not speaking from a doctrine. You're not speaking on behalf. You're speaking for yourself and only for yourself. So Jennifer defines the word science in a way that is not authoritative, except anybody other than her.
So is the Myers-Briggs test, is that scientific as well?
You call it scientific. I mean, scientific.
Okay, it's scientific. So is
It's in the field
astrology
of
scientific?
Well, I'm saying the Myers-Briggs is saying astrology makes predictions, but whether the predictions have failed.
So I guess it's
And
scientific then. Well, Myers-Briggs predictions fail, or does it even
yeah,
make
so I mean,
predictions?
Myers-Briggs is the process is scientific, but largely the measurement of that has largely been rejected to the big five personality traits. So that if you're saying it's valid but not verified, so you astrology is
I'm
valid but
saying
it's
it's
not
not precise
verified.
enough to be called scientific. It's just a description.
Well, it's saying the method. So I mean, scientific mean proposing a theory and testing it, and then if the tests fail to make the predictions, then you have to reject it. So it was like astrology, it's scientifically valid, but when you tried to verify it, it didn't produce any uh, of the predicted results. So the Myers-Briggs has generally had limited predictive power, as opposed to the big five personality traits have been verified to have predictive power.
Right. So that's going in a direction of scientific
I mean, that's why I said like IQ test. IQ
because it
testing.
predicts a greater range of behavior. Myers-Briggs is sort of, to me, I'm on the fence on that. It's like it's more of a description than a predictive framework. Big five, now you're talking that you could actually argue is scientific because there's tests done, large amounts of data saying, okay, we can predict these sort of tendencies.
Well, that's what I was trying to explain about IQ tests. IQ tests were designed originally by people, but now they're designed by the results. So IQ tests are designed in the way that's the most predictive. So it's not like some really smart person created what they thought would be a really great measurement of intelligence. IQ tests are designed for what makes the most accurate predictions with over 100 years of test and results. So just like Myers-Briggs, I mean, Jung created this conceptual largely through introspection and as a therapist, and then Myers-Briggs added 2 more realms to it, um, but the predictive power was minimal.
Right.
So if you're talking about IQ test, they were the first IQ tests that were designed, but, already in the 1920s, the IQ tests were not being designed by people who thought of clever things. They were being designed by correlative results of what made the highest predictive value.
Okay.
Just like your driver's test. It's not like
And
you
I studied
don't hire a
Ayurvedic
really
medicine.
smart
I just want to
person.
say that I studied the Ayurvedic doshas for years. They are predictive over behavior to a much greater extent. Am I right? Am I justified in just believing that as a mental model,
No, I
as a
mean, that's
psychological
according to
model?
the scientific method, that's what Destiny said, generally say, "No, that's not
What was the
considered
argument
science."
against Ayurvedic medicine being valid as a typological predictor of personality of actions based on doshas?
That
There's
it,
no argument against that.
well, I mean, there's plenty of argument against it.
There's no
I mean,
valid argument against it.
I mean, the consensus, at least in the West, is not scientific, and if you forced a
Hmm.
person to give hard predictions that it doesn't work, the predictions don't match the
Yeah,
result,
if you
and
straw man and
because
goalpost
it's based
shift
on a
all the time, of course you
because it's
can't
based on an
validate anything,
authoritative
but that's a
structure,
choice. That's a
they
choice.
can't change the theory to match, um, the evidence. So, like, as
Well,
opposed
in my
to
understanding, it's fine to design theories if there's new evidence. It's fine. There's no reason you can't design a new theory, in my understanding of it. I mean, that's what
well, I mean,
science is.
that's how science works, is
Exactly.
is that you have theory and then adaptation of the theory based on the evidence, but Ayurveda, if it's received, you can't have adaptation of the theory based on the evidence.
The theory is what allows you to adapt it because everyone's dosha is different. So anyway, it's very complicated, but it's highly logical and highly predictive. So
I mean, I mean, just like the
if
4
these
humors.
materialism, no, that's fallacious, and I can prove why that's fallacious because it contradicts the doshas. If I have that versus some materialist doctrine that sounds like gibberish and is nonsense to me, well, I'm going to go with what makes sense.
4 humors is scientific.
It's really not because it contradicts the doshas, which is scientific. Okay, you can't just arbitrarily assign
No,
properties
I mean,
magically to constructs and think that that's going to
it's
work.
scientific, it's just inaccurate.
Then you're deciding to change the definition
Just
of
like
scientific.
geocentrism, Ptolemy is scientific, it's just inaccurate.
You're using a definition of scientific that I'm not familiar with. I'm not saying
Scientific
it's
does not
wrong.
mean
I'm just not
accurate.
familiar with it.
Scientific, I mean, science just means knowledge, and you're saying the process.
No, science doesn't mean knowledge. Science is a method by which
Science doesn't mean knowledge, it
hypotheses are
literally means
tested.
knowledge.
So basically, whatever
Which you don't have,
year
like,
of
that's why
so
these
what year are we
conversations
in
are
right now?
pointless,
Are we into year
because you
minus
haven't done the
50?
due
Are we in the
diligence,
year 50
and
BC
it's
right
just
now?
like, you keep on repeating what you think even though you haven't done any due diligence. Science literally means knowledge. If you're talking
Mm.
about the scientific method and you have a theory that's inaccurate, it doesn't mean it's not scientific, it just means an inaccurate theory. But creating a theory is part of science.
So knowledge can be inaccurate.
Well, it's part of the process. Yeah, I mean, knowledge and theories, most theories
Okay.
are
I
inaccurate.
just don't see it that way.
Yeah, I mean, I say no one cares how you see it. I mean, maybe a few people care how you see it, but
Mm.
it's not determinative from how you see it. You didn't do the due diligence, So I mean, basically, you're just talking
Well,
out
you're
of your ass.
saying knowledge is science. I'm saying no one agrees with you at all because
Everyone
knowledge
agrees.
is
I mean, you
something
just talk
associated
on
with skill.
Wikipedia. That's the etymology of the word.
Etymology is not as
Bio,
relevant as
skio
popular
means
usage.
knowledge. I mean, you're just talking out of your
Anybody
ass. You
agree
don't know
with
what you're
Doovid?
saying.
Anyone agree with Doovid that knowledge means science? Because I've heard a lot of people say knowledge is a justified true belief.
It's the etymology of the word.
The etymology is not equal to the popular usage, and I'm using popular. I
I
tend
know
to
that,
go
but
with
I'm saying you're
popular
saying
usage
science doesn't mean
definitions.
knowledge. It's literally the etymology of the word, skier, to know.
Daryl says peer review is not actually part of the scientific method, but it's used in science where peer review checks the scientific method.
You can know
Okay.
something that's inaccurate. Just because it's inaccurate doesn't mean it's not science. It's part of the scientific method
Hmm.
is hypothesis and hypothesis testing.
Right. And a scientific hypothesis that's valid makes predictions that are verifiable.
Yeah, and that's why you have hypothesis, theory, law.
Yeah, there you
So
go.
it's not science that it's wrong. It's a hypothesis that's not accurate.
I'd go, well, I mean, not accurate. That's sort of like it's only ever possible to be relatively accurate, not really absolutely accurate in that sense. I don't know how you could get that.
And so, in terms of the scientific method, science doesn't mean the correct understanding. Science is a method, and it includes hypothesis testing, theory, laws, validation. And in terms of like a testable hypothesis, if you're calling that science, they've created a hypothesis that's subject to testing.
To
So you
me,
said if you
science
want
is the
Ayurveda,
process of
the
figuring out
popular
those
popular
theories.
opinion that Ayurveda is not science because it's not a hypothesis subjectable to testing.
I tested it. It made predictions, and the better I learned it, the better the predictions. So
You
yeah,
tested
it's
it through
scientific.
introspection.
Through applied. How about applying it? I was doing introspection before I studied Ayurveda, obviously, but anyway, yeah, definitely had to study
Yeah, I mean, you didn't
people.
use a valid method of testing. You used introspection to test
You
it.
say it's invalid. I tested it and it worked just fine. It gave me tons of insight, helped me out with tons of people. So I disagree. So that was my baseline. And I say if there's anything better than that, I'll take it. And I
Yeah,
admit that this Kristen
that's
model does say something that Ayurveda doesn't, and that's fine and that's awesome, and I'm fine to add to it. But to say that there's no scientific prediction is to just misunderstand the theory.
well, I'm saying the popular perception.
Like
So
you
even
literally don't need, there's so much Ayurvedic doctrines, you don't even need to understand the science. I
I'm not
do
expert in
understand the science
Ayurveda. I'm
because I
saying
like
that
it because I
popular
actually
perception is
care
not
about
scientific.
methodology, so I don't mind
And,
studying stuff,
and,
but
and
you don't need to study the methodology to apply it and get the results. They have tons already of developed
if
turmeric
you wanna sing the
recipes.
glories of, I'm not an anti-Ayurveda. I'm saying the popular perception, especially in the West, is not scientific. It is not a formal hypothesis. It's subject to testing. And even if it was subject to testing, that they wouldn't be able to change the results, even if it's inaccurate. That
How about
Ayurveda.
you get a person, give them a diet plan based on their dosha and test to see how their health improves? How is that not testable?
Well, I mean, require independent validation, where you would have to have, uh, you know,
It's testable.
it'd have to be testable in a way that you could put the doshas and the diet plans in a way that a third party could test it.
Not
That
really. You just need to
you would
make
have
a
it.
list of advisements publicly available and say, "Hi, I'm the doc." What you need is a doctor who can tell what a person's dosha is and how to diagnose a food plan. That's what you need.
I was saying the dosha is determined on some sort of expert that can't be third party validated.
Yes, they can by other Ayurvedic experts, not by some rando. The community has standards. There may be disagreements on minor things, but generally there's a standard that everyone would agree.
Yeah, so that's why
You could test that too.
generally,
You could take Ayurvedic doctors and take a barrage of people and ask them to diagnose their dosha, and you would see there's statistical correlations because, in fact, it is predictive over the range.
okay, I'm saying you can just keep on repeating yourself, but that's fine. But saying generally in the West, Ayurveda is not considered scientific in that manner, and
I agree with you on that. That's fine.
Ayurvedic doctors from India um, can't practice medicine in the West. I mean, I know some that you're saying if you're trained, if you have
Oh,
a
okay,
if
fine.
you have a medical degree from an Ayurvedic school in India that will not transfer, you cannot practice medicine in the United
The
States.
West not validating Ayurvedic medicine doesn't mean that doshas isn't scientific. Big difference. I can apply the methodology of doshas without necessarily having to have the medicine legitimized by people, whoever, right? You understand the difference? That there could be
I
a
mean,
difference.
it's possible, but that's not the consensus in the West is it's not
You
scientific.
keep repeating consensus like that matters. Science is not, I'm
Well, it
afraid,
does
about
matter.
consensus.
It does matter because
Consensus forms around
there's
correct
a
science.
there's a certification process of recognizing expertise, and doesn't recognize the expertise of Ayurveda. In fact, it rejects it in the sense that if you claim to be a doctor practicing Ayurveda in the United States, you could be put in prison for malpractice.
Moore's law is an observation about the density of transistors. It's not a theory, it's an observation, but it does make predictions if you decide to extrapolate it to, interpolate it to a relation, right? And we'll say like some exponential function. So so far as you analogize it as a function, yes, it's making predictions. It's just, the question is, well, how far can we extrapolate that fitted curve before it's no longer a good approximation? I'm glad dark matter and battle rap has tasted the somatic bliss of Ayurvedic doshas.
I mean, you could argue about the exact implications, but even psychometrics um, use in that they could be independently administered, and saying that like I mean the Myers-Briggs test is uh, you don't need. I mean, so actually, I mean, the reality is certain tests like the Western or the IQ test do have to be administered by a psychiatrist, but most psychometric tests could be independently administered and have the same predictive ability. So I mean, you could
Okay.
download a driving test and take it, but if you don't take it administered at the Department of Motor Vehicles, you're not going to get your driver's license. But you could still download and take independently a driver's test that would have the predictive value of how well you know the traffic laws. And if you certain IQ test, if you needed for entrance, like like the school I went to, you need to have it administered by a psychologist or psychiatrist for admittance. Just like when you take the SAT test, you have to. It's a standardized test. You have to go through the procedure and take it under the efficiency of the administration. But you're saying the predictive value of the test is independent of it could be independently administered to have its predictive value. Just like if you wanted to work for the CIA or something and they gave you a French test in order for you or proficiency test for some sort of government administration, versus if you just took a French test, but it would still have a relative predictive. This predictive value would be similar, but for the sake of the canonization of the recognition of expertise would be different. So if you want to say that Ayurveda is scientific in that manner, but it hasn't been canonized in the acceptance of expertise in the West.
I said the doshas are predictive. So my adaptation of working with doshas, with gunas, with my particular selection of diagnostic tools that Ayurveda makes available, yeah, it was super predictive.
But I mean,
Splendid.
you don't have a canonized license Ayurveda. You didn't
No,
even in India or or saying that I mean, I have a friend here that actually
This is just
went
like
went
back of
to an
my
Indian
mind, super
actually
fun
went to an
stuff to
Indian
do while
medical
I'm
school and
thinking.
studied Ayurveda.
I can just think about it. I don't
But I'm
have
saying
to go to
in India,
school. I
you
can
couldn't
think
practice
about it.
Ayurveda. I mean, you might be able to independently, as a
That's
field
true. That's
as a
fine. I
field of
don't want
medicine,
to.
because you have a canonization and a standardization of what means expertise, and uh, and then a legal system that requires you to demonstrate expertise or be part of a body of that's canon administrative body that but all that stems from the field of psychology is saying the aptitude tests. I mean, to some extent these tests existed before the advent of psychiatry, the psychology, but the concept of psychometric, uh, the standardization of tests largely arises in the last 150 years from the psychometrics movement. And
I
even in
guess that's
India,
not what Ayurveda says. Ayurveda says that the ability to measure
well, it is
stuff
now.
like
Even
that
in
is
India,
ancient.
they have they use a rather psychometric standard. They have universities and study, and they have medical licenses.
Yeah. And
I
they
mean,
were under occupation,
you could go to a
British occupation
traditional
for 100 years. So
you
what is
could
that
go
supposed to
to a
prove?
traditional doctor that doesn't have a license to practice. I mean, and they might be able to give you advice, and you could follow their advice, just like a lot of people go to their rabbi for medical advice. That is, they can't write a prescription, they can't legally perform any function of a doctor, but you could still go and ask their advice and accept and follow their advice. I mean, occasionally there'll be cases like Jehovah's Witness and blood transfusion, if there's a where there could be some sort of legal uh, matter of prosecution of a person giving spiritual advice, but and that's largely because of the field of psychometrics and testing. That's saying if you actually have knowledge, it has to be tested and administered and licensed.
Hmm. Hmm. And if I respect science and I find Ayurveda's methods to be scientific and I don't find other methods to be scientific, then am I justified in sticking with the Ayurvedic analysis or what?
No, I'm saying the science is. Well, I'm saying science is just a word that means knowledge to
Yeah,
know. So
I
if
know
you're
what
talking about
science
the
is.
scientific method and the canonization in the West, that includes the independent validation and the
Independent validation,
and
what's
now
that?
at this point it includes the certification process. So I mean, at this point, science doesn't, it's not just a theoretical method. It includes um, consensus of expertise and a canonization method
So you're not
to
answering my
recognize
question about whether
expertise.
I'm justified in sticking with Ayurveda.
Well, I mean, what does it mean justified in sticking with it?
Well, you're
I mean,
saying
are you
that I
going to
need
go
to know
through a
all these materialist,
canonized? Are you
physicalist
going to go through a
models.
can? We're saying if you're just someone who believes in it or seeks, but is saying that you have no expertise or you have no certified expertise.
I took a course. I don't really think the course I took certifies me. It was only a weekend course on facial diagnosis, but
And didn't
from
have a test or a
experience.
certificate at the end.
Yeah, I had a certificate. I mean, I would never use that as a justification or any claiming. I'm not claiming a doctor.
So I mean, you do have a
I'm saying
certificate, but
personally,
it's not a legal certificate that grants
it's
you
not a
any.
certificate to practice. No, it's not what I'm saying on my own personal level, for my own personal understanding.
It's just that whoever offered the course made you a certificate, but it's not doesn't bear um any weight, the certificate. I mean, just like I could give you a certificate for doing week in review.
Well, it's not really the same as that because he's a doctor. So, but I wouldn't say that taking that kind of course confers authority. So,
Well, I mean, it probably says on your certificate. I'm saying, does your certificate mention that you have any authority from the certificate?
of course not. And that's not the point.
What
The
is the
point is,
point?
The point is science something that you just obey, or is it a process that you understand?
We're saying it's a process that at this point is understood to have independent validation methods and certification of expertise.
Okay. So what?
So you have a degree in physics, you have a certification from
Does that mean I have to believe in Western science?
one not sure if it's included you have to believe it means that you
I thought
had
the
to
idea was Western
you
science
had
was
to
so awesome and makes everything so clear.
I'm saying you demonstrated an aptitude to have passed the test to get a degree.
Okay.
So you don't have a
Again,
license, you
so
have a
what?
degree that is a
I don't have a
certification.
physics license. They don't give you a physics license. It's just a degree.
Well, I mean, you have a license in engineering, you have a license to do something, you have a license to do anything. I mean, maybe you do, but I'm saying you have a degree, which is a certification of a minimum amount of aptitude. And if you
Do
look
I
at
need
your,
a license to think?
I don't know, just being stupid to be stupid.
Well, that's what I'm telling you. I came to my conclusion scientifically by thinking and experiencing, and you're saying that there's no way that could happen. I'm saying I'm
That's
explaining
not
it
what
to
I
you. What
said.
part of it don't you believe?
Talking about canonization of certification of knowledge and aptitude. You could independently think that doesn't give you certification, doesn't give a recognition of aptitude.
Of course not.
And so you have a degree that's a recognition of aptitude, that's an acknowledgement that you took tests and passed them. And if you look at your university, it probably says exactly the minimum requirement, the courses that you had to have taken. I could probably look on your university page and I would know the at least a certain number of courses that you had to have passed with a minimum standard of accomplishment. And that's all psychometrics. So, I mean, it's coming how we get verified in this was you saying that psychology is not scientific, and I was saying it is scientific because it's saying that aptitude tests are part of
Not the
psychiatry.
way that I understand science, which is a model that makes predictions that are verifiable, testable, and accurate.
Yes, so I was saying that the
That's my
aptitude test that
understanding
you
of
took,
science.
that the prediction that is the aptitude test, that the prediction is that you're competent, that you pass these tests and therefore you're competent. That's the prediction that
That
psychology.
presupposes that
That's
the
the
tests
prediction.
test for competence.
That's the prediction that psychology is making.
The prediction of psychology is that if you take psychology tests, it's going to predict your competence in general.
Well, no, it's in the test in what you're testing. There's no general competence. I mean, you could say there's general competence, but I mean that there's no accepted validified theory of general competence. Like general intelligence, and even general intelligence is highly questionable. But competency tests are widely accepted. That your degree is based upon a battery of competency tests, and you have a certification for generic competence in a field.
And then there's the question of, is the field authoritative over which the domain it purports to be authoritative? And I have the pleasure of having a scientific knowledge where I can say, well, this doesn't comport with a high enough standard based on my low bar, which is still pretty high, of my working theory of Ayurveda, which I never claimed to be indicative of an ability
You're
to
bringing up
practice any
irrelevant things.
discipline.
So you're just talking about the
Well,
scientific validity of the field of psychology, and I'm using the widely accepted competence test across society to show the scientific validity that we graduate a grade or any level of school or any level of competency. You take a test, and there's predictive power of your general competency for what you have theoretically accomplished, whether it's finishing middle school, finishing
So
high school,
you're saying
finishing college.
competency, and I'm saying it's conformity. You've got
But either way, it's
conformity and
predictive.
competency mixed up. And
Either way, it's
either way,
predictive.
it
Even if
doesn't
you want to say it's
matter.
conformity as a form of competence, but it's predictive in the same way.
If you want to predict competence, you have to divide out conformity, is my point.
You don't. I'm saying that it's
In my
scientific.
opinion, you do,
That
because
the
what's
test
predictive
when
is
you graduated
individual
middle
traits.
school or high school, that you say it's conformity, but it's predictive of your conformity. That you took your test, you graduated, you were given a certificate, and it's predictive of your competence or conformity.
Yeah, so a high level of performance on tests is predictive of conformity. There you go. There's your scientific hypothesis.
Well, yeah, as long as it's predictive, even if whether you want to say it's competence or conformity, it's still equally predictive.
There's some competence in it, I'm sure. It's just that there's no mechanism to divide for conformity, which is what I was calling vanity last week. Unless you take an active measure to correct for that, it's going to be in it dependently arising with your whatever
I mean, just
model.
tedious. You're like the people in T Jump or the philosophical plebeians. You're just like arguing for the sake of arguing. I'm really just not learning anything. I don't see what you're trying to prove or even adding anything.
Do you think materialism and panpsychism models on consciousness are compatible?
Well, what's this have to do with what we're talking about? Or you just want to change the subject now?
Well, you're like, what's the point of talking about this? I'm like, I'm trying to get you to understand that it's to further the conversation on consciousness. You're saying there's no value. I disagree, but okay, we can just.
I mean, you've been trying to Socratic method me the whole time, of trying to make some like complete point that to me was just tedious and
Try.
unproductive because you're going to lead it back to some point on something that I didn't even know we were talking about.
That is not at all what I was trying to say. At all. No. I'm sure it feels like that a lot of the time, but no, that's not the intention. My intention is to do the ahimsa principle. It's just that it's hard to know what that is sometimes, but it takes time to get the right answer, and that involves a discussion. So sorry if it seems tedious, but to me, it's just part of the process.
Yeah, I mean, your claim that psychology is not scientific, and going through the tedious process of trying to define science, and how these testings have been canonized into society and have predictive power, and I mean, it's like kind of the waste. That's what like technocracy, that you walk people through how to navigate the system. And so like this is the system as is, this is how you navigate it. And so, well, can I still think what I want to think? Like, yeah, you could still think what you want to think. But that doesn't have anything to do with your ability to navigate the system. So can you still define the words in the way that you want to define them? I mean, if you insist, if you want, but like it makes it.
You're saying there's okay. It seems like you're saying that there's this specific definition that I'm intentionally ignoring and going with this radically different definition just to be a troll. Seems like
Basically,
that's what you think.
I mean, basically, I mean, I'm not saying to be a
Whereas for
troll.
me, I'm
To be
looking
a
at this
troll
as
is a little bit more pejorative than I'm
I've been
saying.
studying this domain for many years, and there's clearly a misunderstanding on the level of particle physics.
Yeah, I'm
And
saying okay.
I'm
So like
suggesting
Doooovid is
a
saying things
minor change
that
in
will
definition.
generally, technocratically will help you progress in society and standardized ways, as we're opposed at best, the light at the end of the tunnel is I understand what you're thinking. So I'm trying to explain to you things in generic ways of wide acceptance, and that you'll be able to go out there and have will match your general accord with what you find in the world, as opposed to, well, at best, I'm going to walk away with understanding what's in your head.
I guess it depends if you think I understand consciousness in a particularly privileged way.
No, I mean, why would I think that?
I don't
I don't
know.
even, I don't even think that. I don't think that about myself.
I don't see how that would be relevant.
I don't even think. I mean, I don't even think that. I'm not even sure that I think that that's a possibility that someone would understand consciousness in some sort of privileged way.
Do you not believe in enlightenment?
Well, I believe in enlightenment, but I don't think that means that an enlightened person understands consciousness in a privileged way.
Well, what do you think enlightenment is then?
If you define it as a higher level of consciousness,
Yeah, that's what I meant. I mean, take your pick of whatever word is your preferred one to describe. Uh, do you believe in the existence of enlightenment?
and even if you say that you're self-proclaiming that you're enlightened and therefore have some privileged
I
way
am
of seeing
merely
it,
asking if you believe in it as a concept.
and then
You're
even I
not
was saying
answering.
enlightenment, I'm saying that enlightenment are generalized processes. So it's not privilege. I'm saying they're generalized processes. That's what I was saying at the beginning about the dissonance.
So why do people go for enlightenment if they're not privileged states?
They're not privileged states. I'm saying just the ignorance is the natural condition, and the dissonance of the process. That there's no special privilege to the state.
So you are indifferent to whether you're enlightened or not.
Well, for some level, it's not for me to decide.
Why not? Monks go on
Well, I mean,
spirit quests to get enlightened all the time.
a self-proclamation of enlightenment is.
I'm not talking about a self-proclamation enlightenment. I'm talking about believing in it as a possibility.
I would say enlightenment at the level of it's a higher state of self-awareness or of a general understanding of karmatic
The
mechanisms.
removal of what causes suffering. Intentional removal of everything that causes suffering.
Yeah, that's not, I mean, if you want to give a canonical, like a Buddhist or Hindu definition of it, and then, but no, I don't see why anyone would think I mean, you specifically, or even anybody has some sort of privileged understanding.
Right. Why wouldn't you believe that?
Well, I don't see why anyone would.
Why wouldn't you think it was possible to have a better, deeper understanding of consciousness?
Well, that's possible. I mean, the privileged, or what do you mean by that? I mean, if you remove the word privilege or
Best
something,
and deepest would be privileged, I suppose. The most privileged.
really just saying if it was achieved through a process,
Mm-hmm.
or, but no, I mean, it's just these dumb conversations where you know minimal value proposition.
Okay, what if believing in enlightenment, the possibility of
And that's
enlightenment
why
is
Ayurveda is
necessary?
not scientific. It's just like, okay, you're mumbo
I'm,
jumbo,
I'm
you're
saying
the
it is.
expert, and therefore you're
Can I
going to
just
make
finish what I'm saying
non-scientific
here?
proclamations, and because you're the one who made them, they're true,
You're
even though.
saying, okay, is it possible that believing in enlightenment is necessary for understanding consciousness?
No, you don't have to believe in enlightenment to understand consciousness.
I disagree with that. I
Terminology.
disagree with that.
It's a terminology that, I mean, enlightenment is a specific method of understanding consciousness, and most scientific or
All it
generic
is a
understanding of
belief.
consciousness, enlightenment is more spiritual. It's not a psychological or scientific classification.
Says you. It's a belief fundamentally about possibility, and you're saying no. And I'm saying that belief is self creating.
Right. I mean, you're just back to defining words the way you want
What
that
I
have
want has nothing to do with it.
that have no value because you just defined your random terms. I mean, even on Wikipedia, enlightenment, you have spiritual next to it. Enlightenment in a religious sense.
Yeah. It doesn't mean that it can't be described accurately.
When you're
And
saying Europe, in Europe, the Enlightenment is the age of enlightenment.
well, I'm obviously referencing the standard definition of enlightenment here, not a period in European, a blip on the radar in European history.
When we're saying something just in Wikipedia, enlightenment referring to spiritual enlightenment, insight or awakening to the true nature of reality. Spiritual. So this, how I'm using the word is that the insight or awakening to the true nature of realities is a spiritual understanding what enlightenment means. That's how you're talking about, like you have some sort of true nature understanding, insight into the true nature of reality. That's a spiritual concept, not a scientific concept.
And you're assuming that they're incompatible. And that's fine, but can I disagree?
Well, you can, but then it's just what's the? I mean, fine. Okay, you have your own opinion. You shared your opinion. Fine.
I threw an article in the chat that was in this Qualia group, and it's basically an argument about why someone doesn't prioritize consciousness research. And the reason 3 was prioritizing the fundamental bottleneck, the willingness problem. Perhaps the greatest bottleneck to effective suffering reduction is humanity's lack of willingness to this end. So I was good, I guess, that they recognized that suffering reduction was good, but really seemed odd that they would conclude later that studying consciousness is not going to be conducive to avoidance of suffering. Whereas to me, it seems like it would. Studying consciousness would allow more insight about suffering, because suffering is something that happens to consciousness.
I mean, you're back to the critical theory where the scientific study of consciousness is morally goal neutral. That you follow the evidence. And if the evidence is that the study of consciousness doesn't have a utilitarian value, it's still scientific.
And then you have to say define science.
So if you want to say from like, oh, the study, this knowledge will benefit you in this way, and give a series of arguments or even
I don't
evidence.
feel the need. I don't feel like I can argue for it or that I want to.
But saying that
I mean, look at this
you may
conversation.
not be,
It's been terrible.
you
Why
may
would I
not
want to
be.
have something like this, but worse with somebody who had a lesser understanding of it? It's like I'm just not even going to argue for it.
Well, it's saying because you're looking for truth, or you're saying you're looking to.
I'm looking for truth.
You're like self enhancement, self advancement, and things. So if you're talking to the study of consciousness that may or may not have this utilitarian value, and or if you're connecting like a spiritual, that you're trying to give some sort of school of enlightenment for a spiritual system, and then you have like the typical Hindu problem where
Or neither of those things.
you want to
Neither of
mix
those things.
terminology and use like, oh, science, where really you're speaking religion, and for whatever reason you're choosing to frame it in terms of science when really you're talking religion. And even what the benefit of that is like that you think science um, gives it more validity, or some there's some benefit to phrasing it as science if it's really religion.
Or there's a maligning of it that says it's not scientific, and I'm correcting that misapprehension as it's clearly highly scientific.
It's malignment. No, I'm saying scientific refers to something specific
Mhm.
that religion is not, and then if you want to claim that your
Okay,
religion's
so you're
scientific,
saying off the bat, religion is not scientific. I'm saying that's not how I understand it, but it's fine that you think that. What can I say?
well, yeah, because no one cares how you understand it. I mean, that you could say maybe you care, or a handful of people listen to you care, and then if you're purposely framing it in a deceptive way because you're using a word different than the majority of people use it, seems to be
And how are the
unbeneficial.
majority of people using it? Because it would seem to me that they're using it and they don't know what they're talking about. You're acting like, again, that there's some well-defined meaning. There isn't.
Yeah, and so I mean, if you want to, just play around with words, and you're going to give your own definitions to words, even though that's not the widely accepted, or even I mean, we just
Like
end up in this,
neural nets?
and even to whose benefit. We're saying like, what difference if you're trying to advance a religious theory, but for whatever reason you want to frame it in the terms of science, even how does that even benefit you? And so, like, the people who understand science
You're
don't.
assuming it's I'm doing something for my own benefit here.
Well, I mean, if you're trying to do it for the benefit of others, that it would benefit others
I mean, I
more,
do some
that you're
stuff for my
advancing it
own
as
benefit,
scientific, not
sure, I
religious.
know.
I'm saying plenty of people advance
My
religion for the benefit of others. In fact, it's
I'm happy to benefit others.
less often people advance science for the benefit of others. It's more often people advance religion, so that, like, even that you're trying to advance it as science, seems nonsensical. Just advance it as a religious idea.
Okay.
I mean, you don't seem to be benefiting
I
yourself
can
or
see why you see
others
it
by
that way.
doing it.
I can see why you see it that way, for
Yeah, I mean, I
sure.
don't see any benefit to you or others by your insistence on using the word scientific, even though it's not how most people understand it.
And how do most people understand scientific? Can you really speak on behalf of most people? So, yeah, sort of
Well,
a
yeah, they're saying that I went through the canonization process. I studied science in the official institutes.
yeah. I studied physics, so I learned all about the scientific method.
Yeah, and so now
Too?
you're advancing your terminology in the way that's not used, and saying,
That's not true, actually. All
and
I'm
it's
saying is that
it
materialism
doesn't seem
theories
to
aren't
benefit
compatible with panpsychism.
it doesn't seem to benefit you or your audience. I mean, your own personal issues or whatever while you're
Doesn't
doing it.
seem.
Yeah, I don't see any value to benefit to you or who you're trying to speak to by trying to frame religious ideas in the lexicon of science.
And I don't agree that science and religion are mutually exclusive things.
Well, they don't have to be exclusive, but it's saying that if you use the lexicon of science to try to explain religious ideas, for whose benefit?
Not really what I'm doing, though, here. I don't know what exactly, like, what are you taking issue with exactly? Because I'm trying to think of my definitions. I don't have any radical departure
And it just
definitions
seems
other than
nonsensical.
consciousness
Again, it
and
seems that
waveform
almost all the
production.
words you're using are not standard uses, and so, like, I can't really understand what you're saying. And then we waste a bunch of time arguing about words where, like, I'm doing the due diligence to do some research in how these words are used, historically used, who the experts are, and then you're just like, well, I define the word this way, and I will continue to use the word how I want to use it, even if no one cares what I say or can't understand what I'm saying.
Those theories didn't define consciousness. I mean, you told me that a bunch of times, that the whole point was to leave consciousness out of it and just measure the correlates and over and over. He said that. So it's like, I'm
No,
pointing at that
consciousness,
as the issue.
James' chapter on self was consciousness of self. So self and consciousness are related. I was saying from the field of psychology and sort of interdisciplinary studies because words are used different in different disciplines. So it's like using the most in psychology, consciousness is used, but not that often. So self is more used. So I
Right.
was taking the approach of psychology that has its own lexicon, and some of those words, and even within psychology, I put in the paper that people use the words differently, sometimes interchangeably, and that's why I went through the trouble to go through the names and how they define these terms.
Okay.
And saying like, I mean, you still haven't clearly done that. Saying if you and your theories were included, then I would have how you define these terms. And you
So
haven't clearly done that. So I
on
said
the
at least
okay, on the one hand,
I
I feel like you're saying the terms that I'm hijacking definitions, but on the other hand, you're saying it's not clearly enough defined. What I'm saying is I don't want to change any definition at all because it's upsetting to change the definition. So I'm trying not to do that. But if there's a misconceptualization, there will probably have to be a change in some definition.
mean, you just get anti-intellectual where it's not even productive conversation, where it's just, I define the word this way because I want to, and I will continue to use it my way. And then,
Well, you're sort of straw manning what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't agree that something's scientific. That's not definitional. That's an opinion.
and then you don't do any due diligence, or then
I
just
have done due diligence. I've just
and then it
researched
just
it in a way
goes
that
on in
you didn't
circles.
do that. You didn't research it the way that I did. Okay? You didn't pick up a textbook and teach yourself how to diagnose doshas.
I don't know, you're talking about doshas.
Yeah, I
And if
did.
you are talking about that, what's that have to do with what I'm talking about?
This
And
is
you
a
can't.
question of whether something's scientific, and I'm saying that's far more scientific, if it is scientific at all, which is arguably that it's not.
If it is
But
or
it's far
isn't
more
like that,
predictive than these other models.
I mean, if you're talking about a doshic theory of personality and self, then you could have talked about that. But I mean,
We
you
could
didn't.
still talk about it. I didn't think you were interested. I don't like to talk about that stuff because I think it can, I mean, necessarily talk about it because I think it confuses people. I'm not against talking about it in principle. It's just, I didn't think you'd
I
be
mean, I'm
interested.
saying if that's what you want to talk about, I would have taken a systematic approach.
I'm not saying
Maybe
I don't
you're
want to
just
talk
not
about
a
anything. I want to talk
you're
about the
just not
stuff
a
that's going to help
systematic
people.
thinker, like you would be like a con woman, God forbid, and saying a systematic thinker, and then she says like I am the expert in and you said like, but no, I mean if you have some sort of systematic understanding, lay out a systematic understanding. Like if I did a paper of research on Eastern um, Vedic or the dosha, I would describe it in a systematic way. So that's why it's very difficult to trying to because you're not systematic in that way, and then you just say one thing, and then maybe it sounds like you're saying something different, and then just like it sounds like it's all about you, because you're just like I will define it this way, then I'll define it that way, and it doesn't make any sense. And then said like, no, I'm not going to put you as the spokesperson for the doshas. And then you ask
Trust
me a
me, I
question,
don't want to be the
and then you
spokesperson.
make it like a straw man. Like you ask me a question like from the Western perspective that's not accepted, and then you want to put me into a perspective and say it doesn't matter what I'm thinking. You ask me a question, and I said that whether I accept it or not, it's just said in the Western perspective, it's not accepted. It's not part. It's not considered
It just
science.
kind of sounds like you're saying everything that's published is scientific.
And
Kind
then,
of
and
sounds
then,
like what
and
you're
then
saying.
we get in some kind of stupid merry-go-round where you're forcing me to argue something for the sake of argument, and there's no value to it. To me, sounds like there's no value to you or to the audience.
We're teaching about consciousness. If you don't see the value in that, that's I don't know what to say to that. But I don't know. To me, it seemed to be going good. But anyway, if I did have some notes about stuff that I did this week. We could go into that, but I feel like you just spent, hours explaining how you don't care about anything that I have ever said, so sort of reticent. But
Well, he
mostly,
put it in a systematic way. I mean, I hate the stupid like I know, and then you don't even say anything besides like like your random like self proclamations of knowledge when you didn't even explain anything.
to me, I just spent like all that time explaining, and you're like, you didn't explain. It's like, well, what did I just do then? So
I
my
sure don't
explanation
know.
has left things worse? Like, I'm sorry, that wasn't my intention.
I mean, honestly, I can't tell. I don't think I learned anything. I think I just went through some sort of argument, and I feel it's kind of like in um, like the plebeians, like what the hell? You just argued about nothing for an hour, and
I guess to me, we're going into the ideas. I don't know. I don't want to argue about whether it's an argument because that obviously seems like counterproductive. But yeah, I thought all the stuff you went into was really good. Me disagreeing with some of the suppositions doesn't mean I didn't think it was a really good article that you wrote, though.
yeah, I mean, well, however we got it started with like you're insistent that psychology is not scientific.
Yeah, that was it. And we should have just left it at it being a soft science and just like, I guess, agree, disagree.
Well, so some it's soft science is scientific, and then you're but Ayurveda is scientific, and you're random, and then this merry-go-round of your definition of how people are using words, and then trying to match it to how you're using the words, even though it appears there's no rhyme or rhythm to how you're using words.
Well, I'd be very happy to go into why I use the words that I do. The explanations may be quite lengthy. I do have justifications for all that. I don't know if that's the answer you're looking for.
And yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, you need lengthy. You put it in a systematic way. It doesn't require lengthy explanations.
What are you talking about? How do you know how long an explanation needs to be? I mean,
Yeah, it could
it's
be
not
relative.
forever, but it's not easy. All the concepts are not that. I've started systematizing it with those proofs. So don't think I'm not listening to what you're saying. I'm definitely systematizing a lot of it with proofs. It's just the stuff doesn't lend itself to a systematized explanation on all levels at all times. So I don't know what else to say. The Qualia Research Institute has a lot of projects. I mean, I haven't really looked into it too deep, but it's pretty ambitious plan for functional sort of formalization. I guess you could call it like a quasi-materialistic. I guess you could call it an interface model for consciousness. Um, so it's attempting to be like I think he calls it paradise engineering type of thing, but it is a quantum computing approach to consciousness. So check it out if people want. It's got some things. It's the basic formulas like topological annealing. So if you don't like vaguely defined terms and inscrutable processes, then I don't know. This probably isn't for you. But I have some optimism for this sort of pushing stuff in the vein of what the consciousness conference was like. Sort of pushing that a little bit further. I guess there was like a meeting today, and does that interest you at all? This qualia computing stuff?
Um, I'm not sure. I couldn't tell from your description.
Well, I like it for a lot of reasons. He has sort of Buddhist ideas built in there and has plans to test some of the ideas. Obviously, I take issue with, any kind of laziness. Shortcuts lead to dead ends, The idea that drugs can just permanently improve your state of mind or give some sort of like insight like that. I definitely don't endorse that. But, you know, it's not perfect, but I still think there's something worth looking into there and a lot of interested people. So I'm excited about it. So I guess this is sort of the direction I'll be trying to systematize my consciousness teachings in. So yeah, that's whoopsie, that's that. And just having a lot of fun basically talking to people who are interested in exploring a fair bit of math ideas, but also kind of like I've been enjoying describing states of consciousness. It's not something I've really ever done because it's kind of like a dream. Who cares? Can't see anybody caring, but maybe in a specific forum like this, it does make sense to kind of go into it, so it is a bit fun.
I
And yeah,
can't tell if it's actually doing anything. I mean, just from the words I was using earlier, that the computation quality of that thing's a reverse anthropomorphism. That whether qualia is a form of computation at all, and I mean it doesn't. It's unclear whether he's doing that or not. But that's what I was trying to say earlier. The two classical forms of psychometrics and introspection, and then the added form of reverse anthropomorphization, largely through computer computation. And I think that's just what he's calling the page. I was looking at it's unclear he's actually doing that. Just the computational method of qualia.
well, at this point, it's a blog, pretty much. But
Yeah, it's kind of a neat name, and like, but it was unclear whether that's actually what he's doing, but he named it, and then the name I would generally disagree with. I'd say that's a form of reverse anthropomorphization. That qualia may not be
well, you
com-
have to establish why that's a
computational.
fallacy. Because right now you're saying reverse anthropomorphism, but like, okay, well, how do we go from that to fallacy? Because is anthropomorphism a fallacy?
I mean, sometimes it's referred to as a fallacy, but I'm not saying it's a fallacy. It's a method, and I think to me I mean, a method that might yield some fruit, but I don't think that the direction in my understanding consciousness is probably not computational, but it's fine. It's a method. So just making that like, I mean, so that I don't have a clear non-computational theory of consciousness. So if he wants to advance a computational theory of consciousness, that's fine. I just say that I'm claiming that I guess I would even say all computational theories of consciousness are reverse anthropomorphisms.
Well,
And
he's measuring these states. I don't know how directly, but he's claimed to have some actual evidence of spontaneous formation of synchronicity or symmetry within multiple levels of harmonics, I guess. I haven't seen the evidence directly, but it sounds promising. I mean, obviously, I'm coming at this from the extreme skeptic, extreme high level of self care, not believing drugs are the answer, unless the question is, what is not the answer? But I can't really control what people are interested in, right? Drugs put asses in the seats. I wish it was different, but it's a fact. And so I enjoy these conversations. They're a lot less terrible than some of my prior combos. Excuse me. And yeah, that's about it. Sorry, I don't have more. I've been mostly just working on arguments, like bits of ideas there.
So what time? Chomsky's 3 o'clock tomorrow Eastern time.
Yeah, let's hope that actually happens this time.
The guy, I guess he's Central Time. He said 2 o'clock. I mean, if Chomsky's in Arizona, that might be 1 or noon his time. I think Chomsky's in Arizona in the last few years, but
I was starting to work on a definition of intelligence as fundamentally not computation, but decision making. And so the decision space can change and adapt and grow, but it's still a sorting function, or I guess like a sorting and then a choosing some member in this sorted set. And one of the things I had was information versus data. So intelligence would be what differentiates those two things. Memorization versus reasoning, same thing.
yeah, intelligence is generally not a clearly defined word. And then if you're being like G factor, general intelligence, that it's a generalized ability of a battery of abilities, and which would include things like memory, processing. And then if you want to define intelligence in a way that it's human neutral, so that the computer and the human are both performing or demonstrating intelligence, but may use different methods.
Yeah, you could argue that would be a viable methodology to try to converge as many of these definitions such that they are applicable to both, so that it makes the sameness more obvious and the difference is more clear. Those are both very important.
So like memory is a function of intelligence, and the human mind goes about memory in a different method than the computer does, or there might be similarities, but both
Yeah,
are
so we got memory, and so memory is like a storage, and then we have a sorting, and within the sorting, an identification.
I mean, problem solving, comprehension.
Problem solving is like these three processes, but just done sort of brute forced in a varying set of ways, sort of permuted through a possible state of spaces adjacent to the current conceptualization.
Yes, I mean, intelligence is method neutral. So intelligence is,
we want to give a definition for intelligence that's method neutral, but still accurate. It still actually tells us something.
what it referenced the task performance, method neutral task performance. So in a way, a computer and a human could perform the same task using different methods, or even humans could perform the same task using different methods. And so the black box of the mind, that intelligence could be measured even if we don't know the method, and have predictive
We could
power.
do a partial measurement. If we don't have a complete answer, I don't know if we could get a complete measurement. But yeah, definitely a more accurate partial measurement. Not against partial measurements. I prefer absolute certainty when I can get it, and I understand that sometimes it's not in the cards. And the way that, you know, the universe does computation, it's, you know, it's light, so it's always an integral processor, which is in a way the opposite of a linear processor, but a computer's not really a linear processor either. So we're kind of, it's just models upon models upon models at some stage. So that's why I made this diagram, and it's like, what I'm trying to show in this diagram is language is a fucker, and it conveys some meaning, but it's not exactly what it seems to convey. And so there's like, I think that's kind of the point of a lot of the Zen Koan paradox type ideas, is to like still the mind to realization of stuff like, oh, well, you know, language has limitations on how it can convey meaning because of something called dependent arising, blah, blah, blah. But it's a lot easier to just see it and, oh, okay, like actually the top and the bottom, excuse me, the question is the top and the bottom indistinguishable in terms of a definition? What I mean here is the meaning of number one and number two identical? Different words, but is the meaning the same? So yeah, that was, I don't know, I don't think the meaning is any different. And I think that's where you sort of hit a energetic bottom in a language in terms of meaning. It's like, okay, language conveys some meaning, but then there's other stuff actually conveys way more. And language, we want to like hopefully dope language with this extra information if we can. Daryl asked, name a task a computer invented that a human does. I don't think computers can be said to have invented tasks. They, you know, you can say, well, the Facebook bots, they were talking to each other, but then it's like they're kind of induced to do that. Okay, even the guy who got fired there for making an you know, chatbot girlfriend or whatever, just because it satisfactorily emulates what you could describe as an ego doesn't make it, you know, the same process or task or whatever. I think what Daryl's saying is that computers are emergent from humans and therefore somehow not as great, but we kind of know that's not true because there is a task of computations computers can actually do better than humans, at least most of them. So it's a bit of a, yeah, straw person there. So name a task that a human invented that a computer does. Every task, yes, that's accurate. That doesn't mean that that doesn't mean we understand how the computer works, though, and that's kind of what this subject is about, is how do things work, how does language work, and fundamentally, how do we use language, a flawed, incomplete modality, to convey meaning? And the answer is, well, it's a lot of answers. It's really hard. And part of it is this invaluable part that Doooovid is doing, which is this literature review. So I am sorry that I am seeming too critical of that. I should not do that. But I guess the point is super hard to make. So hopefully over time, we'll all be on the same page. I don't know if you can see that diagram or if you read it.
I saw you put them. It's a little too small for me to read the print, but
well, I sent it to you. So if you have a chance to look at it. Yeah, so it's just saying that you can, if you posit that something exists, then you can model it as you know, a real and a non-real component. But if you posit something as real, then you have to model it as an existing and non-existing component, and that those descriptions are, very close to being equivalent. And so it's just showing like a little symmetry in language that, well, where's the meaning there? Is the meaning in the words, or is the meaning in the process that the words are pointing to? Is there any meaning in a word, or is it all just processes, or is it actually something else, like even more complicated than a process, like a concept or who knows what? But anyway, ultimately, words, fail to. Anyway, some of the people
When
in the
it's
server,
scientific, it's a defined relationship usually in the terminology of mathematics. So it's like, force equals mass times acceleration, and then you give a mathematical definition of the terminology, but so it's in the language of mathematics, and it's predictive, it's formulaic, and sometimes it could be vague. That what does mass mean? What does acceleration mean? What does force mean? And maybe they don't have definitive, clear definitions, and even in that sense, that like the definitions are relational. That
they're
whatever
about as clear as you can get, though.
you could look in the Buddhist sense of the empty meaning, the relational words, but that you get deep philosophy, like what does mass really mean, um, or acceleration, and then if you had to define that in colloquial language, versus the science is saying the predictive nature of the relationships between these phenomenon, and then even you say that you can't clearly, maybe you can't clearly define mass, but you could clearly make distinct that phenomenon, that whenever we see this phenomenon, even if we
We
can't
we
actually
can we can
describe it.
define mass clearly, though. Why are you saying mass is? To me, mass is one of the most clearly defined things possible.
Well, I was saying you're going to define it in English, you're going to define it in relationship to
No,
uh,
I'll just say mass is anything that has a gravity and it's electrons, protons, neutrons. I mean, how much more specific do you want? It's a self-assembling trinity,
I
quote
mean, you didn't
unquote.
give a clear. I mean, if you're going to give a clear definition of mass, like give a clear definition. So you said it's easy to define, and then you give some vague, uh, like without like an I
Well,
mean.
are
If
you
you
saying proton, electron, neutron is vague? Because I'm saying, okay, I'll agree with you, it's vague, but it's the least vague of all dependent relational
that's yeah, that's the
definitions.
definition. That you're saying the definition of mass is proton, electron, neutron.
It's that which gives the
That's not even
gravity.
how the general definition of mass is defined. I
That
mean,
is
mass,
the
the
substance.
quantity of
That would
matter
be
in a
how physics
physical
defines the
body.
substance of mass. That's not my choice. That's how physics defines the substance of mass. The mediator would be photons, but you can also say that it's that which causes gravity. And
I
gravity
mean,
is
you're not
something we
going
can
to clear
measure.
that definition. I mean, so you're not even defining it, and you just like the vague, like that's how science. But like, I don't think maybe
Mass
you'll
is
say
an intrinsic property of matter. It's F net equals ma is the standard way in which that term is defined.
or
Daryl is more or
if
less
it's a quant,
saying the same thing as me in the chat right now.
I mean, it's a quantity, but you'd say the definition.
Yeah, you can have quantities of mass. It's divisible, but fundamentally we're talking about like what is it? I
I'm saying
thought.
the definition is somewhat difficult. I mean, is that you have a precise scientific definition, and it's relational. That, but as long as you could clearly identify that this is, even if it doesn't have a clear, distinct, easy definition, that you say this is the phenomenon that's being described, and it can be identified as this is what we're referring to as mass, and here's how it relationally relates, and then it has a computational ability, that this phenomenon is mathematically described in a relational phenomenon with other phenomenon. And that's the nature of scientific language, and that's why psychology is a soft science. I mean, but like if you want to say you put like intelligence into some sort of computational relationship, it's more difficult. But they're saying the
Want a
language.
substance independent definition of intelligence. And we'll get a more accurate one if we understand the substantial differences between our consciousness, which is not computational, and computers, which are. So there's a sense in which our consciousness is computational, but it's not the way computers are. So computation, I don't know if it would not even enter into it, but I guess you could say that computation is a process of intelligence, like a systematized process of intelligence. Would that work? Did you hear me? Systematized process of intelligence? Bueller? Anybody? Anyway, so yeah, all definitions have issues with dependent arising. That's fine. That's actually kind of my point. The quantum periodic table is 3 plus 1 dependent arising. So it's meant to be the solution to that problem, but I guess that fact is not self-evident yet. But I mean, another way we could define it, I'm surprised no one's mentioned it yet, is that E equals mc squared. So I think someone was actually asking before about energy. And the way I usually describe energy is that it's like the most vague way to refer to the currency associated with a state transition, like how much of a potential is lost. And then there's equations about potential, i.e., free energy minimization, that are predictive over varying ranges. So yeah, and this server, this person is really interested in a type of constructive math. Went through a presentation that he put together with like tons of ideas, and I realized that one of the diagrams he did, I could just easily transform it into the quantum periodic table, so I did that. And that made me very happy.
Okay, anything else?
No, good luck on the rest of your essay. Looking forward to hearing it.
Okay, have a great week. So maybe I'll join for this. If you send me the link again to that Discord, I guess I'm just on
I'll
Facebook.
make sure it's happening. How about that?
Okay, send me the link
Once
again.
it's actually happening, I'll send it. Yeah.
Okay, so have a great week. If you want to continue rambling, enjoy, and God bless. So hopefully I'll see you tomorrow on Chomsky if it happens.
Awesome. Looking forward to it. Ohm's law is, again, it's like you're sort of stretching what a law is. It's a regime. It's a relation that applies in a particular regime. You can have ohmic and non-ohmic conductors. And that's fine. That's all fine. So I did this proof a little bit ago where I sort of argued that if there's a singly reducible ontological type, it doesn't lend itself to the mechanism by which we identify things that we associate meaning to. And so my next step is to say, well, even though we can't do that, we have these metaphysical primitives or like result of a long process of deduction. Obviously, I did not come up with all of these by a long shot. By a long shot. Okay, so people are asking, Dog Pluto asked about F equals M times V. That's M times V is momentum, I think. So I can check, but I think that might already be a thing. There's definitely some greater benefit to working in a momentum centric framework because we have these dependence relations between position and momentum and energy and time. And these are your fundamental things, fundamental measurement limitations. So there we go. I don't know if you can see in the screen share there, the momentum is mass times velocity. So you would be redefining. Force is mass times acceleration. So that framework is not super useful because it's not directly in the formal form of the uncertainty principle. And the uncertainty principle is pretty important after all. Because when you're really looking to see an effect step by step, you're looking at a signal decomposition. And when we're talking about the uncertainty principle, that framework is all about building things not off of points, but out of intervals. And you think of just generally, well, let's build everything out of intervals with soft boundaries. Within the 3+1, we'll put that on the side though. But by doing that, you can, based on the implementation, vary things like uncertainty and so forth. So you don't have to fix them, and clearly no reason to think they'd always be the same. So working in an pure uncertainty framework, which can then just be matched to state variables, which are known not in advance, but the state space is known in advance and can be predicted increasingly accurately. Okay, Daryl, so rewriting a formula in a couple different ways does very little. What would be insightful would be something like, this is what I think is the reason for the transition between the ohmic and non-ohmic region of a conductor. That would be valuable. Probably not, but wouldn't be completely stalling out. Momentum is dependent on mass and velocity is independent of mass. Yeah, velocity is not independent of mass, though. So the idea that it is like I can sort of talk you through why it's not, but you can see here like the mass is sort of self-connecting. It's increasing the size of its surface relative to its total volume at all times. So the mass, like obviously the degree to which the mass can vary within its boundary depends on a lot of things. But velocity is distance over time, and those are emergent, but mass is matter, and that's intrinsic. So matter and mind co-rise, but we think of matter as emerging from mind because that's the coherent version. But when you're like just the mere fact of using an emergentist model is sort of accepting that it's not a true sequential causality. That's the difference. So you're like, basically, there are way less sequential causality, and it's far more about using geometry to predict the future state of a system, aka mechanics. So, velocity is something that arises from a more fundamental property of mass called vibration, which is why a lot of the models are very similar to thermodynamic models, aka models that are about something like heat transfer, various modelizations of heat transfer. They can get very complicated depending on the implementation, but there it is. So velocity, you could say it's independent of mass on a macro scale, but the macro scale effects are limit point effects of the quantum effects, which pretty much apply everywhere except for in a tiny range of our perception because we feel much more comfortable conceptualizing solids. Yeah, so it actually kind of makes, if there's a non-ohmic region, hilariously, it actually kind of does make it limited. The thing about an unlimited theory, like consciousness being fundamental, is that there's no non-conscious region. So that's how I can tell that the universe isn't built out of ohmic conductors, because, there is such a thing as a non-ohmic conductor. So I tried to come up with four. So basically, I came up with this proof E thing that said, well, default position is that a finite being conceptualizing of an infinite thing is incoherent, possibly could be made coherent, but sort of starting off with it being incoherent, and also that the single irreducible ontological type is also infinite. And so we can ground limited coherence, but we can't ground absolute coherence because of this infinity dichotomy. But then we have these proxies in language that maximally approach certain attributes of it, which can go, possibly even farther in a practice. But just wanted to give a basic idea that there are doctrines already out there that you can explore and get into at your own pace. This is very self-paced learning. Yeah. Do we know the momentum of universe expansion? Well, we'd have to start sort of speculating, and it's sort of down to the model. It's like let's not even think about that right now. Let's try to understand some of these various concepts and stuff like, what does it mean to interpret cosmology? Because the way I see it is it's just really a matter of agreeing on how to interpret the least action principle and then grabbing some data from the sky and the previously established fact of uh, uniform anisotropy in the UBM and various other sort of regularities leaves me quite optimistic that the sheer brute forcing of computers would quickly converge to something simple. There is definitely something to be said for thinking about the cosmos as an entity, because it's a sanity check to like, have I accidentally done something in my thinking about physics that turned out to be way off? So there's a conservation. So it's extremely hard to get past the emptiness thing. Oh, well, if everything's emptiness, well, how can we know anything? Well, it's like, oh, who cares? If whatever, it'll just be more obvious in time. It's no one ever understood it, right away. So the momentum of the universe, we have to ask, first of all, is that even defined? Like the universe as an object doesn't have the exact same properties as objects that we think of them because it has nothing outside anything that could be described as a boundary, whereas everything in the universe is the opposite of that. So the first thing to assume is that, well, since the universe lacks a property decidedly, which is a boundary, that things de facto possess in our understanding of things anyway, is sort of that the momentum may not even be defined for the universe because it has to be kind of in something. If the universe isn't in something, everything is in it. Well, the momentum, we might be able to be like, let's say hypothetically want to talk about momentum. If we could get every single piece of matter in the universe and sum up all of the momenta, which is, remember, it's the product of mass and velocity, and add all that together, would that change over time? Clearly, there's momentum because there's motion. So I don't know why Daryl's saying the momentum is zero. It's more to me about like, is there like, I guess the most important thing is the conservation laws, specifically conservation of existence, conservation of causality, and can sort of analogize that with conservation of mass and energy. They're not exactly the same, but there's sort of fundamentally things that if that hasn't remained true throughout the course of the theoretical analysis, that's sort of a bad sign for the theory. If you were the only object in the universe in a spaceship, how fast are you going? Well, that's the whole idea, is that that speed isn't defined. So on the cosmological level, because of emptiness, the universe as an entity, emptiness plus lack of discernible boundary, the universe kind of in a way has less properties than what's inside of it. Because properties arise from boundary interaction, which is another thing I kind of wanted to mention. Sort of funny that, so I have this convergence between Thad's thing, which is 5 circles, and then there's this book of 5 rings that I just heard about, which is about, I don't know, had some quote about if you know the way, or I don't know, whatever. Just interesting that the same imagery comes up, and that now we could be on the verge of actually having mathematical proof of a type of stuff that spiritual texts have been saying for a really long time, but that we really just haven't had any way, maybe limited ways to talk about, but not super, super deep. So I think it would make sense to talk about the total matter in the universe. That would be something you could talk about. And then you could say, well, it's either infinity or affinity. And then it's sort of hard to know which of those is right, because it's sort of like the ant question, like, does an ant know what type of shape the earth is, sort of thing? Like, we couldn't tell necessarily between something huge and something infinite, in the sense that we're thinking infinite, which is, I'll define it like that there's nothing greater than that in terms of size. So could sort of just, think about it for a while, but eventually realize that it's a guess. You're ultimately the ant guessing about the shape of the planet. You can be like pretty sure, but then once you I don't know, reincarnate as a cockroach, maybe then you realize, oh, actually, I was totally wrong with my ontology. So yeah, that's some part of it. Not like, luckily, most of these doctrines are already well defined, and you don't need to think about that on this level to get the benefit. And with time, hopefully, with the right types of people, there'll be even more doctrines that you can get the benefit without even understanding. And the sole purpose of this isn't just to go through to say it's too hard to understand, therefore we need to use a proxy model that is quote unquote anti-real. It's like, well, I still think some people actually like this part of it because I'm one of them, whatever. Yeah, so Daryl, we can't define infinite in the cosmological sense as without a bound. Fundamentally, that's one of the attributes of the cosmos, is that it's without a bound, but its fundamental attribute is that there's nothing greater than it, because within the universe, because of non-duality, there's no permanent boundary. And that's what the whole point of having the thing be just in that one word, non-duality, as in, if there was a boundary, it'd be duality, because the boundary instantiates a duality. And clearly there's a big difference, because where's the boundary? There's only approximate boundaries. You can say that the body is an approximate boundary of the mind. You can say the brain is an approximate boundary of the mind, but as you make these approximations, you're actually getting worse in terms of how accurate, because the body happens inside the mind. So the boundary, yeah, of course, there's, like, you could think of it as a distribution of energy that gradually falls off for the mind relative to the body. So yeah, there's a clear boundary, body, but it doesn't actually overlap with the thing that's powering it, aka the mind. So the boundary of the mind, oh dang, we can't find that. Again, emptiness, dependent arising, always. The reason we come up with these rather probably unintuitive sounding things isn't because we like to troll people, even if that's sometimes the case. It's because it just doesn't work. So we need to say the universe, the fundamental property is that there's nothing greater than it. Not that it doesn't have boundary, because nothing in the universe has boundaries either. Well, it seems like there's boundary, but no, it's actually just the body is an approximation to the boundary of the mind when it's awake. Okay. That doesn't really tell us anything fundamental. So we want, what I want is for the fundamental stuff and the day-to-day stuff to line up. And I do think it's possible. Yeah. So Daryl, you're making my point for me. There's more than one kind of infinity. The earth is infinite in one sense, but not in another, because it has a finite amount of matter associated with it. So that's where we have two attributes of the definition of infinity, which is no boundary and then nothing greater than. And on the cosmological scale, the one that is the most important in the definition is the nothing greater than. Because remember, it seems like there's boundaries here. No boundaries. I know that's sad. That's why I did the quantum periodic table, so that I could say, like, it doesn't actually matter. We still have information in the universe just because boundaries don't exist. Like, I kind of thought of the whole, whatnot. So it's like, the fact that boundaries don't exist, that should be something of a relief. I should hope. Because the quantum periodic table, aka the mind of matter, doesn't preclude any type of understanding, and in fact, it's quite helpful to understanding. So it's a shift fundamentally in understanding that the belief in fixed boundaries is fundamentally a attribute of what they call truths of the second type, or like conventional truth. You can see how it would be enormously comforting to believe, like, if there's no boundaries, well, I mean, doesn't that mean we're all just kind of like soup? So, sure. But you kind of want to be able to get access to the soup sometime. Probably not going to want the soup right away, but you don't want to close yourself off from possibly getting some soup later on. And you realize, oh, I actually have a craving for soup because I realized that my belief in boundaries, I can now see how it's hurting me. So, doesn't mean that I don't have understanding of boundaries. It's just like, I get that it's a model. It's a great model. I love the model. It's awesome. But I'm not like heavily attached to, well, this is a line that is definitely there. Definitely. No boundary for you. So, yeah, that was sort of meant to be the comfort of the quantum periodic table. It's like, to me, they're kind of boundaries between these things. Like, there's boundaries between the states in the periodic table, and there's different archetypes that manifest. So, there's very real boundaries in the sense that you only have the perceptual of now non-boundary if you have a coherent information transfer, and the conditions for that are actually like quite unusual because we have this bias of subjectivity that tells us like, oh, you're fine, you totally get it. Have to sort of get past that. Bit of a sort of self-confidence realization of the importance of practice and the management of self-confidence, because if self-confidence gets too low, or self-esteem, or I don't know how you want to put it exactly, but it's sort of bad if it gets too high or too low. So it's not like some virtues, it's just always good to have more, like love. But sometimes some stuff, it's only optimized in a range. So knowing the difference, yeah, half the battle. Okay, let's see what else I have. Okay, a convo super interesting where it's like, okay, I can't get involved, but it's fun to watch, and it's like you're so close to having a realization, and maybe you will. And just even getting past the idea that things can be not just yes or no as an answer is a big step, but provided you can sort of deal with that, it's about it's about a journey that has a reasonable starting point and then a wonderful ending that doesn't really have an ending point. It's just a real discovery of a wonderful practice. So, bit hard to have that sort of jarring experience of a realistic starting point. It's like, damn, I didn't think that all the stuff I worked on to this point would just suddenly be worthless. And I know it feels like that for a while, but it's not, because what you learn isn't just the superficial stuff of what you learned. There's all sorts of stuff under it. Not to sound cheesy, but like all the stuff's temporary, including the belief or perception. I think perception's more accurate. The incorrect perception that it's a trivialization of previously acquired knowledge. That's just an ego reaction where the ego has inertia, and there's a tendency for things in a whatever state to remain in that state. That's what the principle of inertia is. So it's the egoic inertia asserting itself, where so I always come back to like what are perceptual errors, and it's expressed a bunch of different ways, but like just fundamentally applying a belief incorrectly because a belief is so the power, the emotional weight of believing is so strong that if it's not, anyway, all that to say that the question of whether a belief can be justified or true and what that means and how to define beliefs and all stuff like that, like it is obviously circular. And a lot of times I think when people say belief, they're talking about opinions, which are obviously more superficial. So I'm just saying beliefs, the way I understand it, that they're adjacent to, like they're connected to the body. So there's nothing under a belief. And if that's a fact, if we forget about the labels and just go with 3 layers of processing, it does make sense that all the layers would not violate the laws of physics. So they'd have some type of internally consistent. You can call that logic, but there's whatever. There's not any interruption of the laws of physics throughout these 3 levels. All that to say that. So it wouldn't, whatever the belief is, wouldn't be non, it would be something that could be understood. But because of the least action principle, we expect that a minimum energy will be dedicated to cognitive processing. And so the majority of cognitive processing is in the central band. And then you can say, if you're not in the central band, you're probably in the first one, just having a pure experience. Or if you're developing some particular skill, you're sort of moving towards the third band. But we have to maintain the basic sort of idea that if you just assume that you have rational access to all that stuff, you're excluding the possibility of getting information out of the stuff that you don't have rational access to. So it sort of makes sense to believe in a way that is conducive to greater knowledge, and believing that you have rational access to beliefs, um there's not really any grounds for that. But I'll further assert that it's possible to get information out of your beliefs, but it's indirectly. And that's why I come back to this idea about cognitive dissonance, is that cognitive dissonance is the thing that you identify as a violation of a belief. Because you sort of let go of the expectation that you're going to gain rational access to the belief, but you get a very high understanding of the triggers for cognitive dissonance. So as you kind of start to see your own pattern of, okay, this caused cognitive dissonance and this and this and this, and see this pile of cognitive dissonance, some sort of dependence relation, meta, whatever you want to call it, pattern emerging within that set, you could start to say, well, it must mean a lot to me to be perceived as intelligent, because every time someone, every a bunch of these times when I got cognitive dissonance was because I had a perceived slight against my intellect, for example. That doesn't mean that the belief is literally I'm smart. That's just that the model is saying that we have a bunch of beliefs together upon which there's abstraction, which is this sense of a centralized self. That's where your thoughts kind of become a thing. Information extraction from which might call like cognitive, like when I say rational or cognitive, I'm saying what you have access to in your own mind to think about things in actual words. The main idea I'm trying to get across at this point is that we should assume that out of the total processing of the body, which is governed by the laws of physics, which are, structured, ordered. What we have access to rationally is a tiny amount of that, very tiny. And the tinier you assume at the beginning, the more opportunity you have to expand knowledge, which is really great. This is one of my favorite colors. That's why I put it in the this is the image for the stream, and just make sure that I've got all my stuff that I want to talk about. I won't go into this too much, but I'm kind of working on a DIY lucid dreaming, hopefully, approach. I haven't really shared this anywhere yet because I'm still kind of working on it, but I like the idea of step by step process that it's not a complete process. It's not going to substitute for anything, but it's really fun to be able to try stuff out on your own, I guess. So, yeah, that's something I'm enjoying, is a chance to see what people are interested in. So, lucid dreaming, altered states of consciousness, unusual states of consciousness, meditation. I'm enjoying the chance to talk about that. So, yeah, thanks for listening, everyone, and we will see you next Sunday.